Okay, hello
Got
to
it.
our podcast. I'm your host Larry Liu, and today I'm joined by Mike Buhl. So welcome here. So yeah, we're discussing the Austrian situation. We'll start there. I mean, because it's like much hotter
Yes.
as a topic. So just as a little background, I mean, there's a basically a corruption scandal where the prime minister, the chancellor of the country, Sebastian Kurz, before he became the chancellor, he was he and his associates. One of his associates was working in the finance ministry, so he was controlling the budget for advertisements
Yeah.
in newspapers.
Public opinion too, right? Or something like
Right. Yeah, and that state secretary in the finance ministry, who was an associate of Kurz, Sebastian Kurz. His name is Thomas Schmid, and he f- basically convinced a polling agency to produce a fake poll, which was, increasing the poll values for Mr. Kurz, who at
that.
that point was the foreign minister, and was lowering the poll value for his party competitor. His name was Reinhold Mitterlehner. He was the vice chancellor at that point in the junior partner in the coalition government with the Social Democrats. And yeah, and the goal was basically to get Mitterlehner to resign, which happened in May of 2017, for Kurz to take over the chairmanship of the OVP, which is a conservative party, the People's Party, and then in the new elections, basically gained a plurality of votes, which he did by presenting himself as a new anti-corrupt clean man, and also as copying the strategy of the FPO, which is the Freedom Party, which means right-wing nationalist party under Heinz Christian
Very,
Strache.
yeah.
And then they formed a coalition government, ÖVP and the FPO, with Kurz as a chancellor, and then the vice chancellor was Strache, the chairman of the FPO at that point. And the government was holding for a year and a half until there was a video that was released, which is called the Ibiza video, um, where the vice chancellor Strache was basically lured into a trap of a supposed Russian oligarch, where he was basically talking about his plans
Yeah, I remember that one.
uh, to uh, to basically use the oligarch money to buy a big Austrian newspaper, which is the Krone Zeitung. It's the biggest tabloid paper. The Bild Zeitung, if you know, in Germany, is
Hmm.
very similar to that.
Yeah.
Um, and um, and what's very interesting, um, and what's different, between the Kurz and the Strache story. So Strache 2 years ago, Kurz is today's scandal. Is that Strache was actually a better guy in comparison, right? Because his intentions were bad in the video, but he didn't do anything bad, and he
Mhm.
resigned immediately as soon as the video was made public.
Right.
And now, under the current Chancellor Kurz, the
Hesitating, right?
right, so the intentions were
Backpedaling.
bad,
Hmm.
the actions were bad, so he actually carried it out, not just planning. He
Embezzlement.
carried it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the fake polls, basically,
Uh,
which is funded by the taxpayers of Austria. Um, and he refuses to resign,
yeah.
and the whole political party, the OVP, is standing firmly behind the chancellor, because they're grateful to him that he won the last two elections for the
Right.
OVP, right?
Mm.
Uh, so that's the situation at this point. And then what's happening on Tuesday is there's going to be a special session of Parliament where they get together, and they're going to put a motion of no confidence against the chancellor. And the Green Party, which is the junior partner in the current coalition government,
Mm.
is very likely going to vote down Kurz. And the potential is that, well, the whole cabinet will fall,
Okay.
because the Greens basically they just want Kurz to resign and be replaced by another OVP leader. Um, but the OVP already said that they're going to support Kurz, which means, if Kurz loses his position, then the whole OVP, ministers will resign,
Hmm.
and then there has to be a new government that's going to be formed.
New colors, right? Because the significance of colors, especially in Austrian and German politics, the party colors are always interesting mix, right? Just like in Germany, you have these different coalitions now that are being discussed after the German election. Ampel coalition between the SPD, Social Democrats, and the Green and the Liberal, which I guess in the Austrian case would be the Neos, very similar. Obviously, in Austria, the ÖFP is conservative, equivalent to the
OVP,
CDU,
yeah.
and they. So that's interesting how you have two different German-speaking, predominantly countries, and the similarities when it comes to political parties. Of course, in Germany, the AfD, very similar to the FPÖ, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Uh, but that's it. This is really interesting.
Yeah. The point of the similarity between the two countries is that the left is more fractured in Germany because you have the SPD and the Linke.
Mhm.
As you might remember, the Linke was formed in the year 2005
Right.
as a combination of the WASG, which I forgot what the acronym was for, but it's some like West German, left wing workers party that
It
was
splintered.
founded
Yeah, WASG. They splintered away from the Social Democratic wing.
from the
They
SPD,
were
exactly.
union. They were critical of Hartz IV.
Hartsfield, yeah, yeah.
So
That was the
that's
welfare reform, right?
yeah, and they're left wing of the Social Democratic Party. So they
Exactly.
joined
Yeah.
forces with the
With
Linke,
with
right?
with the with, no with the PDS.
Yeah,
So
PDS. Yeah,
PDS is
Partei Demokratische.
Partei des Demokratischen Sozialismus, or Party of Democratic Socialism.
Now, one question in the Austrian case, there is still the KPÖ. I believe they won a local uh, election, mayorship. So that's the
Yeah,
uniqueness. In the Austrian case, where you still have the label KPÖ, communist.
yeah.
Different
So
West Germany, I guess, is the naming of. Uh, there was a Marxist-Leninist party that tried to run, I believe, in the current German election, but they didn't get any, hardly any votes or seats.
right. So there's the KPÖ story. So it's the Communist Party of Austria, and that's been around for 100 years or so. And in the early days of the republic, as you might remember, from 1945 to 55, it was under the occupation of the Allied powers, of which one quarter of the country was allocated to the Soviet Union. And at that point, there was a connection between the KPÖ and the Soviet Union, but that quickly dissolved because remember, in the State Treaty of 55, Austria declared neutrality. The
Ah,
Western powers and the Soviet Union pulled out the troops. It didn't happen in Germany, which actually was split
mhm.
up in these in two parts. And also, the KPÖ was removed from the national government early on. I think
Oh, really?
it was only the first government under Karl Renner, the Social Democratic chancellor and then president, where the KPÖ was a member of that cabinet.
Right.
And then in '59 they were removed from the parliament, from the national parliament, and now the so KPÖ has been very marginalized. So the SPÖ never really had to share votes, and the exception apparently is Graz, which is the second biggest city after Vienna.
Mhm.
It's about 300,000 population or so, and the city council now plurality now went to its KPÖ. It's like something like
Mm.
25% or so.
Interesting.
and the big loser was the OVP because the OVP had the mayoralty at that point.
So just municipality level, I guess.
It's at a municipality, and also there's a peculiarity in the Austrian political system where if you go outside of the federal, so if you go to the state level, to the province level, and the lowest level is the, you could say, the county level and the municipal level. In a lot of these lower level governments, there's what's called a proports system, which means that basically all the parties that have seats in the legislature are going to be represented in government.
Hmm.
And
There's no cutoff, like a 4%, 5% cutoff. And
yeah,
you mean federal? You mean the I guess the Austrian parliament.
no, this is the lower level, so it's
Okay,
provincial and
Landtag, I
yeah,
guess.
yeah, Landtag, and but even like at the municipal and sometimes at the county level as well.
Oh wow. Okay.
But it's, I mean, it's not uniform everywhere. I mean, but Vienna would be like one of those places where basically every party that's represented in the Wiener Landtag is going to have at least one Landrat, which is like a minister portfolio. Um, but but the practice is still that, you know, only the majority parties that get into a coalition agreement, they actually have a real say in terms
Yeah.
of passing policies. So right now in the Vienna Landtag, you have the SPÖ, which is plurality. It's like about 40% or so, and then less than 10% is like the Neos, which is the Liberal Party.
Yeah. Market liberal. Right?
Um,
Yeah.
and so they're in the coalition government now, which means that it's the SPÖ and the Neos which are calling the shots, and the OVP and the FPÖ, they also have seats in the Landtag,
The
and
Greens too.
they get to have a portfolio, but they don't have any decision making power, right?
Oh. Huh. Well, that's interesting. So there are some similarities to Austria and Germany in that sense. Proportional system. Yeah.
I don't know
Interesting.
whether the Germans have that to do. I mean,
Well, what's interesting, I've been following, obviously the German election results, and what I really got interested in watching is in the summer, all the little parties that want to participate in the German federal election have to go in front of like a meeting, and it's a kind of commission from the Bundestag, and you have all these little far left, far right, parties all over the place that basically appeal, and they have to prove membership. They have to prove how many people are in the party. But there's like these legalistic requirements, which I watched. This is like 4 or 5 hours long. And indeed, I mean, there was this anarchist party that got kicked out because they couldn't prove that they had application turned in on time. And then there was a far right party, the Dritte Weg, which got in because they could prove. So sometimes it's interesting with German politics. Like you can have really bizarre parties that make it, but it's I think they ended up accepting over 100 different small parties. Now that just means you couldn't run for election. That doesn't mean you're going to form you're going to have any real impact. You know, but that's available online. You can watch it on YouTube. I think it's over 3-4 hours long, and they go through the process. The little parties that want to be on the election list, they have to prove that they are a party, and they got a bureaucratic threshold that they have to go through. Then they ask them questions. It's like a committee, and then they approve.
I know in the Bundestag, so it's a federal parliament in Germany, there's one tiny party which got one seat, the SSW, which is
Mhm.
it's
Danish,
like the Danish,
yeah,
Danish
minority,
speaking Germans, like in around like Flensburg, I guess, like in north, like on the
yeah, no,
Danish German border.
yeah. There's one member, I believe, that got in.
Yeah,
You're
exactly. Yeah,
right. That's really interesting.
that's interesting case. And then the other interesting case, obviously, is the left party, which the
Yeah,
Linke, which did very poorly. It went under the 5% threshold, I believe
yeah,
4.9%.
4.9, I think. Yeah,
Uh, but
yeah, really
uh, but
close.
they but they secured 39 seats because of
Yeah,
three.
direct mandate. They got it through direct mandate.
Yeah, the direct mandate, which is like
Uh,
the it's like constituencies, right? So they won three
yeah,
constituencies,
which is
and
interesting. You know, in Germany, the proportional, I guess, is similar to Austria. Do you have a vote for the candidates, but then also the party? So the it's proportionally allocated on not the candidates that are available in the district where you vote, but also the party. So you have this combination of both that might affect the present representation in parliament, in the German parliament. I'm curious how that works in Austria.
yeah,
I guess it's
I think
similar.
it's a very peculiar German system, like this, like
Okay.
mixed
Might be.
electoral system.
Okay. Definitely
Like,
not nothing like the US American exceptionalism. You know, it's
yeah,
just
yeah. So it's like basically like the German system mixes the British slash American
yeah.
constituency based system with the sort
Oh,
of like European, like continental European proportionate representation through basically giving your vote to like a list, like a party essentially,
yeah.
and then you allocate the seats according to the proportion of the total votes.
Right.
And and I think in Austria it's like a proportionate system, and but you can give an extra vote to if you for instance, let's say you have a friend who who's a candidate for the SPÖ, let's say,
Mhm.
and you want that person who's ranked, I don't know, 33 on the list with very low chances of getting into parliament.
Mhm.
You can say, well, that guy in 33 should be number one, like, and so then if you get those, if you get enough of a bump um, through what's called Vorzugsstimmen, right, or priority ranking, um, then that person, even though he was lower ranked in the list, could still move into parliament, right?
Oh, that's impressive.
So
Wow.
yeah, so
All
so there's a little bit of that where the yeah the list system can be sort of
more democratic, I guess.
surrounded. Yeah, um,
Proportional.
yeah. Just one more point about Kappe and Graz and how it happened. I mean, the one story I found interesting because I'm not an expert in the Graz political situation, but there was one point that I found interesting, which is that the KPÖ in Graz didn't go out and give communist speeches, like, oh, let's expropriate private capitalists, let's do, free childcare services, blah, 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 all these things. They didn't do any of that. What they basically said was, you vote for us and we're gonna fix the road. You vote for us and, the trash gets taken out and, we're going to uh, invest in housing construction, which is of course a big issue in a lot of cities because rents are going up everywhere, and and that's very appealing, right? And that sort of reminded me of Bernie Sanders, if you recall, when he ran for so there's not a Senate career, and we're talking go
Mhm.
back 40 years when he was elected the mayor of Burlington, Vermont. It's the biggest city in Vermont. Um, and remember that he won that election by 10 votes. He
Mhm.
ran as an independent and later as a member of the Progressive Party in Vermont, which was a real successful third party in the Vermont political system. And um, and when Bernie won by only 10 votes, he basically did the same thing. I mean, it's like, you vote for me, I'll fix the roads, um, and
Mhm.
and his biggest project was what's called the Public Housing Trust,
Mhm.
which is basically it's like publicly subsidized apartments essentially.
Yeah.
And
I think that's what KPÖ was also kind of gearing towards, right? Uh,
I think so, yeah.
yeah, yeah. I recall watching some the videos. Now, again, this is stuff I watch on YouTube, and uh, the success of KPÖ is focused on people and personalities. So, actual social workers. Uh, I think that was the mayor candidate, one of the mayor candidates. She was a social worker, and door to door kind of campaigning and helping homeless people find shelter. That I think they use single issue topics, whether it's homelessness in a city and just using the municipality kind of government as a way to fix that, but direct involvement, particularly homelessness. I think that was a big success, tying the issue of homelessness into their politics, you know, which is interesting, you know, like just focusing on a topic like that, like you said, fix the roads or social housing availability, right? Which is interesting. The Linke too. The Linke in Berlin focused on the housing crisis and the gentrification in Berlin. That was their main focus. And now the Enteignung kind of vote, I think that happened in Berlin, which the popular vote, I think they won, the popular vote won, that you could take property, you know, if let's say a property owner misuses the housing and there's some concern about the real social use of it, and then they could, you know, might take it, right? So that's interesting. The link, what they did.
That's a very interesting model. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that your requisition law that's been passed in Berlin.
No,
But
remember, it's not passed. It's just a popular. I think they
it's a
passed it.
plebiscite.
Yeah, I think, and then the courts like tossed it out, and then they had a popular vote. It was like a popular initiative. They did vote. They did win the popular initiative. This was recent, and that's interesting. They won the popular vote on that.
I saw an interview with the SPD mayoralty candidate Franziska Giffey, and she's actually opposed to a debt requisition.
Okay.
Which is quite interesting because obviously it's gonna create some rift. I mean, because I mean you do need the support of the city government to implement these kinds of policies, right? And yeah, if that doesn't exist, it could be that nothing changes about you know, the housing law.
That's the downside. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah. So I don't know. Do you have? So let's just conclude the Austria story and then
Yeah.
move on to the German election.
Yeah.
But
German election. Yeah.
so the
Been following it like crazy.
yeah, so the Austrian part. So what's your bet about what might happen next?
I think it's very likely an Ampel coalition will.
Oh, yeah, oh, so about the Germany. Okay, well,
Yeah, Germany. I think it's
yeah.
likely. So there more likely will be a SPD. We'll have the chancellor, right? Forgot his name. Hamburg. I should know. Oh, Schulz, right? Right? Not Kurz, Schulz. And then the Greens will be probably a coalition partner, as well as the FDP, which is the Australian equivalent to the Neos. So they are a neoliberal. So you have those three. That's the reason why they call it Ampel. Is this the traffic light? You know, red is SPD, green, you know, is green, and then yellow is the FDP. Sometimes Americans, when they hear that, what do they mean by the colors? That those party colors are the party colors. That's why they call it Ampel. If they say Jamaica coalition, now that one, it's not. My impression is it's over. It's more likely not going to happen. A Jamaica coalition would be Jamaica. Black would be the conservative. Green would be a partner coalition, and then just the liberals. So the SPD would not play a role. That one seems very unlikely. From what I've gathered now on the news stories, that it doesn't seem like they're going to go for a Jamaica coalition. It'll probably be just us, but then we don't know. I mean, it's still a week, 2 weeks away. Of course, so that might be interesting to watch. Of course, I watch all the news broadcasts, which are kind of an equivalent, I guess, in the United States to the Daily Show or something. I don't know. Larry, do you ever watch Anneville by chance? No.
Honorable, not
No?
that often. I think Maybrit Illner from
Yeah, she's very popular German talk show host.
yeah, I've watched some Annabelle, but not
Yeah,
recently.
she
I
gets a
watched
lot of
Iceberger.
high candidates in her TV show, and you sometimes get an insight, at least from what some of the party officials are thinking, because it's often difficult to know what's going to happen. What I'm observing is that it's more likely going to be a Ampel coalition, and Schultz will probably be the chancellor, and the Greens will take, as usual, the uh, environmental ministry, or my minister of environment. I'm pretty sure that Lindner will take the
FTP.
uh, Wirtschaftsminister. He'll be the economic kind of minister, but we don't know yet.
Well, he
I mean,
said he wanted to be finance minister,
oh,
which
finance minister. That's
yeah,
what's up.
I think well that's a much more powerful position
Yeah,
because the finance ministry allocates the budgets for all the other ministries. So you could
yeah.
imagine that
The
this
neoliberals want that one. Yeah,
yeah this I mean because all of the political priorities that you have,
uh,
like if you want to do judicial reform in the justice department, well, you need money from the finance ministry. If you
yeah.
said you want to invest more in foreign aid, which means the foreign ministry has to get the money from the finance ministry and so on and so forth. So for every priority, I think you have to go
Mm-hmm.
through the finance ministry. That's why Olaf Scholz, I mean, he has this really powerful.
Olaf Scholz. There we go. Forgot his
Olaf
first.
Scholz is this really powerful role because he's the
Scholz. Oh, it's
uh,
Scholz, not Scholz.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
Scholz, yeah,
Yeah,
because he's the current finance minister,
yeah.
and
Grand
that was
coalition,
negotiated. If you remember, there was a Jamaica coalition talk in 2017,
which failed. Yeah,
which failed because Christian Lindner was the FTP chief at that point.
walked away. Yeah.
Yeah, he felt that Merkel was cutting them out because basically what she did was she went to the Greens and said, "Okay, we're going to give you these environmental topics and we keep the finance ministry and all the important positions and then we give three more ministries to the FDP and then they're going to be fine with that, right?"
Yeah.
Just like we did last time when 2009 when in Merkel's second cabinet when she had a coalition with the FDP. It was under Guido Westerwelle at that point. He's no longer alive, but
Yeah. He died. Yeah.
but
Yeah.
but 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 Lindner, yeah, he was like, no, 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 we wanted to actually be influential. We wanted to be important. And so he stopped the coalition at the talks, and then the SPD, which was led by uh, Schulz,
Andrea.
Martin
Oh,
Schulz, at that
I was
point.
thinking Nollis. No, yeah. You're.
But so Nahles came after Schulz. That was in 2018. And remember, after the 2017 elections, Schulz was saying, SPD is going to go to opposition because we just lost so many, percentages, right? So they went from like 20 something percent, maybe 27% down to 20%, right? So it
Yeah, it
was
was
a big
horrible.
loss. Yeah,
Which is surprising right now that it flipped. The high
right.
uh, success of the
So, so,
SPD.
so, so Schulz at that point, he was promising the voters in the SPD that they would go to opposition. So that's why the Jamaica talks were happening. Then Jamaica failed, and Merkel didn't want to call for snap elections again, so she turned back to the SPD, and then the SPD at that point they said, okay, we're going to join the coalition talks, but you're going to give us the finance ministry, the foreign ministry, and I think the justice
In
department.
defense. Don't forget defense.
No, defense remained with the union.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Of
Yeah, so like
course.
the von der Leyen, she remained
Yeah,
defense minister.
yeah.
But finance ministry, because remember in the first coalition of Merkel, that was in 2005, the finance ministry was given to the SPD,
Hmm.
and then in the third Merkel cabinet, this was the second time with the Grand Coalition with the SPD. It went back to the CDU.
Hmm.
So the finance minister was Wolfgang Schäuble. Schäuble is sort of like the second most powerful guy in the CDU.
I think it's the
Behind
city
Merkel.
president now, right? He conducts the
Bundestag
parliament.
president. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
his
Bundestag
parliament
president.
president.
Yeah. Yeah,
yeah, it's influential, but
it's
uh,
more symbolic. Yeah,
yeah, it's more symbolic. It's like the federal president,
yeah,
like the real power is always with the chancellor, like for the federal
right.
policies.
Chancellor.
Um,
So
and yeah, Schäuble is a very influential guy still because he was a decisive vote behind Laschet. This is the other guy. The current CDU chief. He's the
NIV.
minister president of North Rhine-Westphalia. It's the biggest state in Germany. And yeah, it was him, and there was another guy. His name is Volker Bouffier. He's the CDU minister president in Hesse. That's another state. And
Hessen.
Bouffier and Schäuble were the key votes behind Laschet, both as the CDU chief as well as the chancellor candidacy. Because there's this other guy. His name is Markus Söder, right? He's the
CSU. Yeah.
yeah
Yeah.
CSU, which is the sister party in Bavaria.
I would characterize the CSU as a kind of a little populist. It is a kind of special party, historically dominated Bavarian politics, and has always played a role, in federal politics because they kind of unified them together. So that historically, as default, they were kind of always synthesized together as CDU and CSU. And of course, I think CSU has had political domination of Bavaria 60 years. I don't think there's ever been a government that was not CSU in Bavaria. And this is at the regional, but they always also aligned themselves with the CDU, which is
Exactly.
interesting,
For the federal policies, yeah.
Yeah, at the federal level. So that's my
Right. I mean, so and yeah, they're so very influential. I mean, actually, if you look at the number of seats, so CDU used to have like over 200 seats, and then
reduced,
CSU would have about 50 seats, maybe like 45 or so.
right?
And in the current elections, the CDU went down to 150,
Mm.
and the CSU lost one seat, so it went from 46 to 45.
Mm.
So you could imagine that the power balance
But the
is
little party
shifting
gets
towards the
that.
CSU
Yeah,
because the CSU, they will always win all of the constituency seats,
yeah,
almost all the constituency. There's like 46 Bavarian constituency seats
yeah.
for the Bundestag, and they won 45, and then one was won by the Green Party. Interestingly, it's in southern Munich,
Oh.
and yeah, so the CSU influence is much bigger now in the Bundestag,
Hmm.
but then and so but okay, like in terms of the chancellor candidacy, right? You remember not long ago there was a battle between Söder and Laschet
Yeah, of course.
for the chancellor candidacy,
And
and
Mats too, right?
no, well, Merz, he was not the CDU chairman, right?
Right. But I think they both were candidates. They were fighting for the
Yeah,
spot.
so again, you have to separate things here. So
Yeah.
there was the CDU leadership election that was back in January,
Right.
and there is the chancellor candidacy, competition.
Yeah. Which is
That
different.
was like in late spring.
Mhm.
Um, and so you refer to the Merz, you're referring to the CDU leadership candidacy,
Right.
and yeah, that was won by Laschet.
Yeah.
And at
Yeah.
that point, Merz was supporting Laschet because he's the part of the same party essentially, and he wanted to not be Merz didn't want to be fully marginalized, right?
Mhm.
And yeah, and then there was a chancellor candidacy. So that was between Laschet and Söder, and Söder was clearly the more charismatic candidate, and he's a much better speaker. I mean, he's much more combative and eloquent.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. He's a good.
and and he's more of like sort of like the populist wing, you could say, within the union. So when, for instance, the refugee crisis happened in 2015, he was like, okay, we're going to shut the border because Bavaria is like the neighboring province to Austria, right? So
Yeah.
and through Austria we had a lot of the refugees that came through, right?
So he was sort of aligning with the AFD then, populist kind of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, because his way of thinking was that like so you could say like in the political party spectrum, there's what's called like a right flank, and the right flank would be covered by the AFD. But Serda and then his predecessor's name is what's this guy's name, man? Um, the
Predecessor? What are you talking
the
about?
predecessor to Serda. He's currently the interior
Oh,
minister. Seehofer.
Stoiber. Stoiber, no?
Seehofer.
Oh, Seehova. Yeah, before
Seehofer. Yeah.
Seehova.
Yeah. So
Yeah, but I'm missing a few years. But
yeah. So yeah. Seehofer at that point he said,
yeah,
we shouldn't leave the right flank open, right? Which means it basically said that the Union Party should take an anti-refugee position, which is of course contravening Merkel, because remember Merkel's policy was to let many refugees in, right? So
Budapest. Yeah, what was it? The railway station allowing uh, migrant refugees to use the railways to enter into Germany. Yeah, I believe it was 2015, 2014.
15, yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
15,
crisis.
the
Yeah,
fall of 15. It was
yeah,
only for 2 or 3 months, and then after
yeah,
that they shut it down because it was just too many people, right?
right.
And of course, if you remember the Silvesternacht, which is a New Year's Eve of
Incident.
2015
Yeah,
or
that was
16,
assault, I think, right? Something
in Cologne, yeah, there was like
sexual
sexual
assault or
assault against
yeah,
German women, essentially, and for right wing people, I mean, this is always one of the best things that could happen, right? Ironically, right? Because for them, it's like, yeah, we told you so. We should have kept
yeah.
these refugees out, because they don't respect women. That sort of logic.
Humanizing. Yeah, AFD, the AfD really used it. They were trying to link every event to that
Yeah.
event that you talked
Now
about. Yeah.
it's interesting if you look at the votes. I mean, like they're at 10% or 11%. And remember, the first time they got into the Bundestag in 2017, they had 13%.
Mhm.
And
They lost a few. Yeah, percent.
right, and so they were number three in the polls. And you remember one and two, so the Union and SPD went into coalition. So
Hmm.
so AFD was the leader of opposition, and
Yeah.
but now, interestingly, 4 years on, they consolidated the position. If you look at the electoral map in Saxony, Sachsen-Anhalt, and Thuringia, there's
Sure.
three eastern
Former
states.
Eastern. Yeah.
Yeah, they're doing quite well over there. I mean, they sort of replaced the CDU and also the Linke
Yeah.
as political forces. But in the other parts of Germany, they're not doing so well because I also like the policy. So the refugee wave decreased after 2016. So you couldn't really.
Blame it on refugees. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Epidemic.
lot.
Don't they use the epidemic anxieties based on this mask? And I think a lot of
Exactly.
the
It's anti-masking, anti-vaccine.
yeah.
Actually, if you look at the FPÖ in Austria, they're doing the same thing now, right? It's like
Uh,
anti-mask and anti-vaccine, and it's like, but I think that position is not very popular, to be honest with you,
mm,
because like I mean like, and they say okay, it's true, like maybe 80% of the population they're like okay, we're going to take the vaccine, we're going to do whatever we have to do to keep safe, and then they were hoping okay, we can get those 20%, or maybe even less than that, maybe like less than 10% who are like the hardliners, and we can make sure that they hate the system so much that they support us, and we are sort of like the only faction that can sort of stand up to
mm,
can stand up to the
yeah.
consensus on COVID, right?
Yeah.
And
Good analysis. That I'm amazed, Larry. You could share. You could just pick any area, and you can. Yeah, right on. You're right on. Very detailed too. It was difficult for me to remember some of the details. Occasionally, if I watch television shows, if I start reading German articles, and I can get or English speaking articles, I get the names right. But that's
yeah, I'm an
interesting.
absolute news addict. I mean, like the recent thing, I listened to a debate French debate because I'm trying to study French in the same way you study German, right?
Oh wow.
And so there's a debate between Jean-Luc Mélenchon, he's a left-wing candidate
Uh-huh.
in France, and then there's a right-wing candidate. His name is Eric Zemmour.
Oh wow.
Eric Zemmour, and Zemmour, he's like a right-wing television news host. Like imagine like a kind of like a Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity type, right?
Mhm.
But it's very interesting because he's actually polling higher now than Marine Le Pen. So Marine Le Pen is the main, right wing candidate. She was runner up twice now in 2012 and 2017, and against Emmanuel Macron. And two-thirds ended up voting for Macron in the second round. And up until I think the beginning of this year, everybody was sort of thinking, okay, Le Pen has a real shot at the Elysee, which is the presidential palace. And now it turns out that it's actually Zemmour. Zemmour actually has higher polling than Le Pen, and part of the reason is because Le Pen, unlike her father Jean-Marie Le Pen, was trying to moderate herself somewhat. Like she was still giving like these anti-Islamic speeches, like Islam is scapegoat, whatever. But she was also trying to be friendly to the Jewish community because there's a big Jewish community in France.
Hmm.
And she tries to sound a little bit more bourgeois, a little bit more responsible.
Centrist.
Right, centrist. Like if there was a time when she was railing against the European Union. We have to get out. Now she doesn't say that anymore. So and Eric Zemmour, I mean, he's like, yeah, okay, we have to look at France interests, French interests, screw the EU, that kind of stuff. And that's of course very dangerous because if you remember, the origin of the European Union is French-German partnership. So
Yeah.
if either the AFD or Zemmour, one of these people, takes charge of either of these countries, I think it's going to be trouble for the EU, for sure.
Yeah.
Um,
The
yeah,
Eurosceptics will take over. Yeah.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. Like, so the UK leaving, that was already pretty bad, but
Brexit. Yeah.
but
Yeah.
but but UK isn't essential to the EU. We know that because because the UK was always like so they joined the EU project very late in 1973.
Hmm.
It was founded in 1957 under the um, it was like a coal and steel pact across like six countries in Europe. And yeah, so the Brits joined very late because up until the 1960s, the British believed that they were still ruling the empire.
Hmm.
And then there was a really bad moment in 56, 1956, which is the Suez Canal incident, where basically, the French and the UK, they were trying to, I think, support the Israelis to basically push out um, the Egyptians over the control of the Suez Canal,
Yeah.
and also the controlling the oil companies in Egypt, and they lost it. So the Brits lost it basically because the Americans weren't backing up, and the British just didn't have a big enough of a navy to deal with that. So at that point, that's when they finally realized, okay, it's over. No more empire,
Yeah.
and then it's in '73 that they joined the EU because they said, okay, we don't have an empire anymore, so we might as well join the EU, right?
The Falk Wars, wasn't that like early '80s? The Falk against Argentina with Thatcher. I'm trying to remember that what year that was. 83, 82. Uh, Falkland Wars.
Falkland Wars was in 82, 1982.
Oh, okay, yeah.
There was a year before the re-election of Margaret Thatcher. So she won her first election, '79, and after what's called like a very bad winter, the Labour premiership, the Labour Party was in government back then, and there was like an OPEC oil crisis, right? oil embargo, gas prices rising, which is the same problem that the Brits have today, actually, with
Mm,
the gas shortages.
yeah. They don't
Yeah,
have enough truck drivers.
they don't have enough truck drivers. Yeah.
Uh,
Um, but anyways,
now they need the foreign workers. You know.
yeah, I will have something on the foreign workers, but
Yeah.
Thatcher, she won the re-election based on winning the Falkland Wars, right?
Yeah.
It's sort of like reminding the British people to be proud of the empire, essentially, right? That
Yeah.
we're not giving it up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
on today's problem, um, yeah, the truck driver shortage. It's so usually what happens is that every year you have usually European drivers. It's mostly Polish, and then maybe some Lithuanians, and Czech, whatever. Mostly Eastern Europeans, who are all, of course, EU citizens, right? And so they would come to Britain, and they would basically drive across the channel, and they would do delivery drives to supply the supermarkets. And now, because Brexit happened, it formally happened in I would say in January of
2019. No. Or
January of
but then they
well, it
extend.
formally happened in January of 2020,
Okay. Hmm.
and then there was like a temporary arrangement,
Mm,
like a transition period that went until January of this year. So the point of the transition agreement is basically to say that it's as if the UK still was in the EU, essentially,
mhm.
but just making arrangements to get out.
Yeah.
So now, since January of this year, the transition period is over, which means that if you're a EU citizen residing in the United Kingdom and you have not applied for the settlement status is kind of like green card, imagine it's that. Right? If you haven't applied for the settlement status, you basically are an illegal immigrant, or you have to kind of go home, right?
Mm,
And and so now they're facing exactly that situation. I mean, these are like EU citizen drivers, and they're not the truck drivers. They're not coming back to the UK. That's why the shelves are empty
mhm.
in the supermarket.
Yeah.
And so now what the British government is saying, well, first of all, the government is denying the link to Brexit. They're saying, oh, it's not because of Brexit, which is of course false.
Mhm.
Um, and now they're doing a special visa scheme where they said, hey, we're gonna invite
Truck drivers.
you know
Only truck drivers.
yeah, we're gonna
Or
invite like
nurses.
thousands of truck drivers
uh,
to fill the labor shortage. Well, but to be fair, I mean, like they would get settlement status. Like I think they would. Like if they came and they worked for a while, I think they would be allowed to stay long term.
yeah.
Because the need is long term, right?
Yeah.
For drivers.
Yeah. For fair criticism, also the effect of Brexit on Erasmus and this European exchange of students that used to occur has now been halted. Like it's Erasmus used to give money for European students to try to study in the UK universities. So now that's all done away with. So now that if you're our student, you wanted to study in the UK, you have to do it on your own means. So you no longer have Erasmus support. The same thing happens with UK students that wanted to go to Spain or Germany. They're no longer in Erasmus. Erasmus was seed money that you would get as you're to encourage European mobility. Um, Even when I was in Sweden, a lot of students from Poland and would benefit through Erasmus programs. Erasmus was like a connecting tool. Like you could get a little seed
It's
money.
like
It
a
wasn't much.
scholarship to go to another European country.
Yeah,
That's
like a grant, like a money
yeah.
amount. Now that's gone. Of course, that also affects student exchange programs because those are all shut down or they're totally disconnected because Brexit. It kind of has an effect on universities and colleges.
Now, I must assume like the big universities like Oxford or Cambridge or LSE,
Hurting, yeah.
like, well, I mean, I like they would bring in more of the non-EU, right? So
Mm-hmm.
like, there's a lot of American students. There's a lot of like people from China and Japan and India and all these places, right? I think
Yeah, of course.
like I think you could compensate, but I would imagine like if you're like a smaller university, like I don't know, Bristol or Liverpool or
Lancaster University.
Lancaster. I mean, I would think that you would be struggling at this point because
Yeah. A
um
drop of it means that immediate drop of student enrollment. Whatever pre-Erasmus, provided, it provided them a flow of students and less barriers as far as bureaucracy, because you could even transfer then your credits a lot easier. I don't know how British universities are going to do that now, because they may deny credit, academic credit to, European students, because they'll have their autonomy as far as deciding what credentials they might use or allow. Basically, credit transfer. Like, how would you transfer between universities credit if somebody just stays for like a semester, and just would you count that? So that's interesting. That's interesting too. The side effects of Brexit, academic.
yeah, it's terrible, but it's very interesting. Like if you look at because you can always go back to the 2016 Brexit vote, and you could always slice the electorate by region and by age and by education levels, etc. It's not surprising for you to hear that the younger population, the more educated population, voted overwhelmingly to stay in the union, right?
Mhm.
Because of what you mentioned with the Erasmus programs, research programs, and
Enormous amount of money from the EU. Yeah, benefits to young people and career mobility as well.
yeah,
And just being able to escape the country. I mean, just I think a lot of European students like this idea of staying in Spain for 6 months and going to Italy and then going up to the Scandinavian countries. And the EU program Erasmus kind of encouraged that, and they put money behind it. They also helped international offices. Literature was produced, brochures, a website. You could find host universities a lot easier. Very interesting. And of course, with Brexit, that's gone.
yeah, it's absolutely terrible. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, really terrible. Really
because I
terrible.
mean, the hope was it like so like the Brexit campaign was run on immigration, right? So immigration was the main sticking point.
Yeah.
And if you said we're going to have limitations just on this one point of migration, but we're going to have continued cooperation agreements like over Erasmus for like research exchanges or for temporary work visas or things of that nature. I mean, that could have been extended, right?
Yeah. Could have.
Even after Brexit.
Must have been some political reason. I don't know why. I really don't know. Anti-intellectualism. I don't know what else. It might have been just you don't want a cosmopolitan culture, nativist thinking. Let's build a wall around Britain. Of course, there's Fortress Europe too, but I think it was very clear it was a political decision. I think it was
Yeah, but because
somewhat,
the
yeah.
Fortress Britain narrative is total bullshit. I mean, if you think about it, because
Of
it's
course,
it's the same. It's the same way
yeah,
that you know it's like Britain is a little bit like Canada, like
yeah,
because like how the southern border of the U.S. and you live very close to it, right, in Texas, is getting very politicized because like, oh my God, look at these Latinos coming in, low income, and they're gonna swamp the labor market for low wages, gonna drive down the wages, blah blah
yeah.
blah. And in Canada, it's very hard to have that nativist narrative because Canada only has sea borders, and then the only land borders with the U.S., which is another rich country.
Hmm.
So you're not going to have that low scale migration concern. And the same way, like the UK, I mean, the UK is even better insulated because they don't have any land borders with Europe, and Europe continental Europe is essentially like the U.S., right? It's sort of like it's another developed country, and
Right.
the
Doesn't make sense
countries.
sometimes to have borders because it's already kind of interconnected. Think of Europe as transport, public transport is pretty much connected.
Yeah, but the countries that are exposed is the Mediterranean countries like Spain and Greece and Italy,
Right.
and the
Yeah.
Balkans. So those would be the countries where you'd be like, okay, what do we do if there's migrants that want to come in and stuff like that? I mean, so geography is very important
Yeah.
context, right?
Poland too. Like it's Hungary.
Right. I mean, like, and the British they have like a double barrier, right? Right. The first barrier is you have to go through the Mediterranean as a
Mhm.
migrant from Africa or Middle East, and the second barrier is like the camps in Calais. Calais is like the North French city, which
Oh, well, they
connects
try to go
with
through the
the
tunnels, right? With
yeah,
the
which
trucks.
connects with the UK in
Yeah.
the tunnel, right?
Yeah. I've seen
And
those.
so they have these they had these refugee camps for many years. I don't know whether it's still there, but
Yeah. Informal. Yeah. Settlements. Yeah.
yeah, informal settlements. The reason is because all these people were hoping that they could cross the channel and go to UK,
Yeah.
but of course they get stuck. And I mean, you can't really swim across a channel, right?
Yeah. It's an illustration of spatial inequalities, like kind of people stuck in between boundaries. That happened actually, here in the case of Del Rio, Texas, and the Rio Grande separated, of course, U.S. border and Mexican border, but people living in between the boundaries and they're stuck in like no man's land, which is interesting. It adds a new spin, to the whole issue. And informal settlements, there were 10,000 or so more Haitians camping out underneath a bridge in Del Rio, Texas. We're not able to even enter the immigration port. So they closed the border, so they were stuck in between. Some moved back and forth on the river, Rio Grande. Some went to get supplies, to get food, water. Others, and of course, that's all no longer in the news. So I think it's all been they've been moved, or yeah, that was a few. Of course, that was about a month ago. I think that's when that
Yeah,
happened.
I wanted to review the immigration numbers,
Yeah,
because you could say, well, okay, the Democrats politicized the border when Trump was in charge. They said, oh, kids in cages, we're going to separate, families by basically putting the kids in different facilities and the parents, which I think that was absolutely wrong, and I think the current administration stopped that practice. But it's still like
mhm,
but the underlying concern really wasn't just like, okay, that the kids would be coming up to the border. It's that people in general are coming up to the border,
mhm,
uh, and you see, it's a very complicated matter. I mean, you remember, like, like a couple of months ago when Kamala Harris went to Guatemala and she met the leader there, and she basically said, don't come, and by the way, here's some money for the triangle countries, and from the US taxpayers, and hopefully you guys can figure out how to
yeah,
stop the migrant flows.
mhm,
And the New York Times story, I don't know whether you saw that. I mean, it shows why it's so difficult to do it. um, so because a lot of the US aid money goes to US aid agencies, which means it's primarily funds the bureaucracy of these aid organizations, which is staffed by US citizens.
mm,
Which is, why is it important to say? Well, because of course, because the American staffers, they want to have, if they want to work in Honduras, they want to have like clean drinking water, they want to have like fancy compounds and air conditioning and
so it goes back to American nonprofit organizations, right?
uh,
Or be like you said, bureaucracies. Yeah.
exactly. So that's the main problem, and then the second problem is like the New York Times interviewed like a farmer in uh in Guatemala, and they were asking him, okay, what do you need from the aid agency? And they said, well, I want to get seed money to grow coffee beans, because because if we grow the coffee beans, we can sell it at market price to Americans, which of course is the biggest market,
Mhm.
and then we could earn cash, and then with the cash I could support my family, so they don't have to go to the Rio Grande basically and go to America.
Mhm.
And the aid agency was like, screw you, you're not going to get money from us for that,
Oh,
because I guess like they because the mandate maybe that they're operating under is like, don't create competition for American coffee producers, right?
yeah.
um
There's definitely asymmetry development between global north, global south, and this contradiction of developmental aid and who gets it, uh, asymmetry. I think that's a defining moment of,
right. I think like the ideology which the US State Department has. I mean, I'm not sure, I'm not an insider in the State
right,
Department,
me neither.
full disclosure, but I think like their way of thinking is, okay, we're going to funnel the money through the American aid agencies, and then they're going to trickle down the money somehow to the recipients on the ground.
Yeah.
And they were thinking more in terms of like straight up welfare, right? It's
Oh,
like, I'm going to pay you money, and then you guys just stay at home, like
yeah,
they're not really thinking in terms of like development, as such, like
yeah.
not saying, you know um
Or
you know
that not thinking about the pull factors or maybe even push factors. People literally being pushed out of areas, political repression. Like Guatemala is one. Haiti, in the case of Haiti, we think of the earthquakes in the poorest country, right? One of the poorest countries on the planet, and the structural conditions that are not thought about, and then definitely this push and pull factors that force people to migrate. This is like academic jargon we use, but like I think if we look at it from that angle, like there's some real divides between the global north and the global south, and it's just illustrative of why people flee. Developmental differences, economic development is different, uh, standard of living is different, life expectancy in Haiti is 50 maybe, right? Life expectancy in a global north country is 70 at least. So yeah, if you want to live 20 years longer, you're gonna go to a global north country. It's just physical life chances. That's the way I would think of it.
So one of my favorite politicians in Germany, his name is Gregor Gysi.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He was the former chairman of the Linke, and actually he won one of the three
He's
constituency seats in the
he's been in
Bundestag.
politics a long time.
Yeah,
He's a
yeah,
skilled speaker, by
right.
the
He's a
way.
skilled speaker, absolutely, and he's
No
very smart
script.
too, because he's able to
Yeah.
dissect
No script.
without bullshit, like what the situation is. And
Yeah.
so there was one point that he keeps making in interviews, which is that because of social media and technology, right, internet in particular, people all over the world who own smartphones can find out how life is like in other countries, right? So, I can easily get up to speed about German and Austrian politics, even though I'm here in America, because, I just read the stuff that comes up online on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, etc., right? And so why is that important? Well, because, like, okay, so if I live in a rich country like I am right now, and I look at, gang violence in, Guatemala or something like that, Nicaragua and all these places, I'm like, oh my God, that's so horrible. That's so sad, right? That's sort of like a visceral reaction. Now think about it the opposite way. Like, I mean, if I'm like a poor Nicaraguan person, and, okay, I might know some of my family members who already went to the States,
Mhm.
might already be working there, and they're telephoning or WhatsApping me, and they're like, hey, we make so much money in America, and you should come too. Okay, that's okay. That's not different from the old days. What's different from the old days is that, you know I could watch like TV shows. I could, yeah, like Instagram and Facebook and all these tools, and now I can immediately see, holy smokes! I mean, like you can actually walk the streets and not get shot, you know. um Now you could say, well, you know, maybe some downtown areas in the US is also not that safe, but you know, but we have better locations as well. I mean, um we don't have the systematic form of violence that we would have in the Central American states.
Mhm. Do you,
uh and and because of that global comparison, because of technology,
mhm,
this the issue of inequality is no more a national problem. It's a global problem. So
definitely.
when we talk about inequality, it's global inequality, not just national inequality.
Mhm.
Because I mean, like if you look at like even what we do as social scientists, I mean, the way how we measure data, right? It's like we're saying we're always making like 50 state comparisons, right? Okay, you know, like I don't know, Massachusetts will always be at the top, Mississippi at the bottom, but but you know, really, I think what we should be doing is we should be doing these global comparisons, you know, and that, you know,
Definitely.
like some scholars like Piketty, you know, like
They do
Thomas
that.
Piketty, and yeah, exactly, like they,
Guron Dearborn, he kind of does that. Um, so, but there's again different directions. Some go into maybe world systems kind of approach, influenced by Wallerstein, which is kind of a dependency theory. You know, others uh, go, I guess, modernization theory is still kind of a big thing. But yeah, this is how you would analyze,
right,
these
yeah,
inequalities.
and
Which
that's only
direction
from
you're
a
going to
social sciences way. And the reason why
Yeah.
we social scientists pay attention to global forms of inequality now is
Mhm.
because the society is caring about it in that, you know, in
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah.
And the two issues that humanity is like, it's like a, you know, left punch, right punch, so to speak, with pandemics and climate change, right? Um,
Mhm.
where it's like anybody who says, you know, we're going to talk about this as a national problem is has totally missed the boat. I mean, because I mean, because the climate change link with Central American gang violence and political instability, I mean, it's such an important link right there, right?
Yeah.
Because it's the resource scarcity, the crop destruction because of heat,
Yeah.
which makes the migration movements more likely.
Yeah.
And we see that everywhere all over the world. I mean, you know, Nigeria, it's one of the places with a lot of population pressure at this point.
Yeah.
We have over 200 million people, I mean, 400 million by mid century. And, you know, there's basically not enough, you know, land. So, you know, people try to move into the cities, you know, which is already overcrowded, like cities like Lagos, right?
Yeah. Lagos.
Trying to eke out a living. And and there's competition for land between the herders and uh, um, the land, the food producers, agriculture producers.
Mhm.
And that actually has been one of the, you know, root causes behind Boko Haram, which is
Terrorist. Yeah.
Islamist terrorist organization in northeast of Nigeria, and they've been operating across the Sahel. So, which is why the French and the Americans are sending military forces to try to suppress
Yeah.
these terrorist
Boko Haram.
groups.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's in a region which is very volatile because I mean the ecological environment is not amenable to support this many people, and so you're going to have resource conflicts.
Yeah.
Um,
I totally follow your argument. So you would go with kind of a neo-Malthusian argument there, or you think it's mostly ecological, right? You think it's not just demographic issues that you still have high fertility rates in Nigeria. I think it's 6 point something, 6 point per women, but high
yeah,
mortality rates and high growth. So like the real imbalanced population structure and characteristic of a poor country, with exception to the urban areas, which global cities like Lagos. But what's interesting about Nigeria is this massive amount of informal settlements. I believe one of the informal settlements, Macaco, is a unique example. It's like an informal settlement that's both on land and on water. So that's kind of a, I think, a global warming that, like water world scenario where people squat on boats to survive. So we have lots of people that are squatting in urban areas of cities, overcrowded, and slums, right? So I'm curious if that's going to intensify the next 30, 40 years, 21st century. I don't want to use Mike Davis's book title. He talks about Planet of Slums, but I'm curious if the world community doesn't fix it and it doesn't address these divides between the global north and global south, we may have dystopian worlds, massive informal settlements, no guarantee for housing, state kind of disappears, if the state becomes and maybe incapable. I don't know, maybe sometimes the state is incapable of reacting, or it's such a big issue. What do you think, Larry? You think that in the global south, do you also blame it on the state, like as a form of governance, or you blame it on economics? I mean, is it also, or is it both? Why we have these uneven
Like I mean,
development.
all of these spheres are interconnected. So I mean, you
Yeah,
bring up politics, economics, you brought up
yeah,
demography, you brought up ecology, and it's
yeah.
like I
They're
mean,
all,
these are all areas
yeah, they're all
that
over the
affect each other, right?
place.
Because
For
let-
my,
let's
for
just
my, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
let's just start with the demography.
Yeah,
So do we have this overpopulation problem? So the truthful answer is not yet, right? So because I mean, if you look at the total human population, I mean, we went from like 2 or 3 billion in the beginning of the last century, and now we're at like 7.8. We're gonna cross to 8 billion very soon in the next 2 years, and we're gonna peak at maybe about between 9 to 10 billion, maybe
mm-hmm.
come down now because the fertility rate is coming down. And in terms of the sustainability of the larger population, it's sort of like sustainable, but it depends. So if all of the people on this planet have an American style carbon footprint,
And it's not. Yeah,
yeah,
that's not.
it's like the way how you and I live, like
Yeah.
with like because I mean the houses that we live in, right? It's like
Energy consuming. Yeah,
right, it's like it's constantly like in the summertime it's the AC, and in the
oh,
wintertime it burns the heat, right?
yeah,
Because well, why is that? Well, because we have shitty insulation, right? It's like if on the windows and the walls and everything. I mean, if like, I remember like when I grew up in a public apartment in Vienna,
uh-huh.
like a Gemeindebau, it's called,
Uh-huh.
like a municipal housing,
Wow.
and it had a double glass window, and it had like really thick walls, which meant that like most people do heat in the winter, but but even if you didn't heat in the winter, I mean, you could have like 16, 17 Celsius, maybe, which is might be like low 60s, like I
Yeah,
mean, like if you wore like a jumper, if you wore like a sweater, you could kind of
you can work.
survive
Yeah,
on that, right?
reminds me of my days in Scandinavia. By the way,
Yeah, did you
cold.
guys use the heat?
They have those things that you turn by the window. I don't know if you had that in Austria. They're like
The radiator?
water. Yeah, little
Yeah.
heaters. Yeah.
Yeah, right, exactly. The radiator heat. I mean, like you could use it. I mean, but but you don't really have to. Like, I mean, if you put extra clothing on, right?
Right.
I mean, over here it's like I'm totally freezing to death. I mean, it's like no, we're gonna turn on the heat, of course, right? Uh,
Yeah.
and also, like energy is a lot cheaper in America too, right? That's another consideration.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's like so if we had the whole world, which has let's say a footprint like you and me, we're fucked very quickly, right? Okay, so that would be the qualification. The second qualification is like global population is limited um, by food supply essentially, and so with the food supply, remember the Green Revolution.
Yeah.
since the let's say 1970s. So basically, from that point onward, we sort of knew that that the food problem has been solved for now because of adding nitrogen to the crops, because the nitrogen is gonna increase the yield in the food. And now the problem that we're facing right now is like, you remember like the headlines this year about food inflation, right?
Mhm.
Food price going up 4%, 5%, normally by 2%. You know,
Like
one or 2%.
artificial scarcity, is that what you're getting at? No, or
Yeah,
economic.
so okay. Well, yeah. So what's driving the food price inflation?
Right.
Um, it's bad weather events. Now,
Oh,
some of it has to do with like supply chain issues, like the UK example that you gave, right? Where you don't find enough workers, so you have to hike the prices for the truck drivers, for the wages, and then the wages hike the prices. That's part of it, but I think, and then another big part of it, of course, is the energy price increase, which is another issue.
yeah.
Basically because we were shutting down a lot of capacity in the early parts of the pandemic, and now that the demand is increasing again, the capacity doesn't catch up, right? So that's also part of it. That's a big price, but another part of the food price inflation comes from severe weather events. I
Hmm.
mean, it's like basically crops going bad. I mean, it's like if it's so freaking hot,
Yeah.
it's like, I mean, like entire regions, like the breadbasket of America, we know, is California. I mean, well, I mean,
That's
all of
true.
this central,
So real ecological change or
yeah,
ecological problems.
right. So all the fruits that we
Yeah.
consume, I mean, they come from California, right?
Yeah.
And California is basically being torched.
Yeah.
I mean, they
And
had,
water scarcity too, I think. Yeah.
yeah, right. The water scarcity, yeah, that's probably a bigger deal.
Yeah.
Um, and they had to ration, Lake Mead,
Yeah.
which supplies the four southwestern states. Um, and that's just 2021. I mean, like if you look at, because also you have to understand, like with the climate scenario, I mean, what we are experiencing is not linear change. We're experiencing exponential change. I mean, that's sort of like, of
It
course, if
gets
you work in
worse.
the world of finance, I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's very intuitive. You understand that, but
So it's a kind of materialization of the risk society, which Beck always talked about. That exponential risks and
exponential, right? So
exponential.
everything exponential. So the CO2 emissions exponentially increase. There's some slowing down now recently.
Yeah.
We had 8% cut because of COVID, but
Yeah.
that's been surpassed again. Like the COVID trough has been surpassed again, right? So we're right back to where we were before, mainly because of China and to a small extent India. Um, and yeah, so we're messing up nitrogen cycle, by adding that to the food supply. We have like algae bloom in in the oceans, which might sound good because it does absorb CO2 from the atmosphere, though not enough of it.
Yeah.
Um, but it leads to ocean acidification, so that's going to threaten marine life. So
Yeah.
all of the like favorite fish products, like whatever the sockeye salmon and the tuna that we love to eat, might.
I do have a quick question. This ecological limits to growth. What impact do you think it will have on urbanization or cities? Do you think cities will shrink? Do you think cities will have to become smart cities? I mean, what will happen to the whole city model of skyscrapers and car intensive? I'm curious, like, for the next 40, 50 years, are cities going to be downsized? Are they going to have to go? I don't know. I'm curious. What do you think about cities? What impact ecological limits of growth will have on cities themselves as these centers of, concentration of people in one spot? You know, let's any kind of city, I guess, major cities, metropolitan like New York or we all live in, right? Most of us will live and die in cities, but I'm trying to think of like if ecological problems will also affect city life, including uh, the problem, with heat, particularly in the southern states where I live. It is in the summer, at least in the summer here, it gets really deadly if you don't have AC conditioning. So I don't know if they need to design it differently, move away from the paved roads to, in cities themselves, the degrees, it's a little hotter, usually 2 degrees hotter, just when you live in a city.
Yeah.
The concrete buildings and all this absorbs all the heat. So I'm curious
Yeah, you
if
have
you
to
think
mix up the
ecological is,
urban jungle with
yeah,
uh
I
like,
like that.
like a real jungle, so to speak. Like we have to plant trees basically.
Yeah, trees.
And we have to plant more grass, and we have to have more parks. I mean, like, so I noticed it myself. So I went hiking because I just do this over the weekend every week. Um, just to remind myself, of what it's like to be a hunter and gatherer. Like, I don't hunt real animals, but it's like, but sort of this idea of like nature, and then you have the shade, so it cools you down. Um,
No
and
concrete.
right, and also there's more like oxygen, right? Because there's more leaves, and the leaves do the photosynthesis, and that's going to release the oxygen.
Tree cover. That's true. I think I don't know if this. I have to check this. The studies, but I think with tree covers, there's a reduction of temperature. Trees tend to absorb heat, and I think in cities, particularly here, I've noticed in Texas, because they cut down all the trees, there is no shade. There's no natural shade anymore,
Yeah, that's crazy.
and it intensifies the heat. It overwhelms the electricity consumption to try to cool big school buildings. And so we destroyed the natural eco habitat
Yeah,
to base it around a city. Like everything's concrete, everything's flat. Build malls everywhere,
yeah, that's
parking
totally
lots.
crazy. Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
you
I think
have to
those
have like a
disaster.
mixed,
Yeah,
um, you know, urban to tree forest kind of
eco
system.
utopia.
Yeah, yeah, it's absolutely necessary because, I mean, you have to understand just from a physiological standpoint, right?
Mhm.
Why is a tree shade better than, let's say, building shade? Because building shade and tree shade, I mean, they sort of, so in one function they are the same, right? Because they block out the sunlight, and the sunlight, is basically heat, right? It's a source of heat, right?
Mhm.
But they differ on another front, which is that, unlike the building, the trees, and specifically the leaves, they release moisture when they're exposed to sunlight.
Wow, I didn't know that.
So, right, yeah. So because so the because um the leaves are so green because there's enough rainfall, and so they absorb it. Especially like the trees, the tree trunk, the roots. I mean, they absorb all of that water from the previous rainfalls.
Mhm.
And so when the sun is shining, so it's like heat, you know, um, shining on the leaves. Um, the leaves, um, they have water saved, stored, and so they release it at that point when they're exposed to the
Benefits the
sunlight.
ecosystem, I guess. Yeah.
Right, and then
Natural.
water. I mean, we always know it has a cooling function. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I remember, like, so in like in European countries, they don't have air conditioning, right?
Yeah.
So what did we used to do when it got really hot in the summer?
Open the window. What do you call it in German? Lüften. Lüften. No.
Lifted, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Open the window, but you'd
Yeah.
still be sweating like crazy. The fan would be turning all the time, so, but you'd still be
Yeah.
sweating. So what I would do, just memories from growing up is, um, you, like there's like the water sprayer,
Mhm.
That you usually use for like like hairdressers use it to moisten the hair, right? And and I would just spray my body with the water and
Yeah.
then sit in front of the fan.
And I guess in Austria, you don't also use ice, right? Like, is it a thing in Germany? Ice is rare. To pour ice and then mix it with soda. I think it's an American thing. But in Austria, did y'all have ice? Did you use ice cubes in your
Ice
water?
cubes put in
Oh,
the
you did have
soda.
that a little
Um,
bit.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a German thing, because I know the Germans drink the beer cold. I mean, they don't cool it. It's room temperature sometimes, so it's like a thing in Germany,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah. So it's like
including the
you
milk.
have
Some of
like
the milk is in like containers. Go
yeah,
ahead.
you have like these ice cube kind of patterns, the holders is like made of plastic, and then you fill it with water
Yeah,
and
of
you
course.
put it
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
freezer, right? And then when
yeah.
you heat
But
it, you just
not
take it out.
yeah, not as intensive like in the US, which is ice obsessed, this maker machine. And then think of, if you go to a fast food, it's automatic ice. But I think if you go to Europe, ice isn't such a big thing yet. And they still tend to drink it at room temperature. Of course, some of them being Americanized. And don't get me wrong, I think they have KFC now in Germany, Pizza Hut, and all these American franchisees, and they're introducing this ice obsession, But I think of at least when I lived in Europe, there wasn't this big thing yet with ice until I think years later. But I don't know. That's another discussion.
Yeah, I mean, this plays some role. I don't know whether it's that obsessed. I mean, in the European
Okay,
country.
ice. There's an entire industry here in the South that's
Right. Yeah.
focused on ice. It's a whole industry. I mean, it's uh, ice selling it on they have these gas stations, and every gas
Yeah.
station
In a
has an ice.
supermarket, I know you can buy like these big packs of like crushed
Yeah,
ice.
it is a
Um,
big industry, and it's a big money maker. And I never thought about it, but it's a separate industry. You might say that in a way might have to intensify, with heat, and uh, at least for lower income people that depend on ice boxes, that it is a major money flow, that just to keep the food cool in hot regions, into here in the South. I don't know about Northeast. I don't know if heat
well,
waves are
yeah.
that bad yet, but we have serious heat waves in the summer, and it destroys your meat. So you have to cool it with ice bags, and you have to often
So the
shift
fridge
it.
is not enough.
Well, it can mess up perishable if it's in the car, and you don't have your AC on real
Oh, I see.
quick. So that's why a lot of supermarkets still have little ice bags and
And
stuff.
also like the fridge also burns more electricity
Yeah.
if the surrounding temperature is hot too, right? So that's why, like, I mean, if you have your AC on, I think it's fine. But like for people who put up the thermostat,
Mhm.
like your electric bill will still go up because of
Yeah.
the fridge, right?
Which, of course, the electric companies love that, right? I mean, power companies love, for them, it's a moneymaker. I mean, there's a surplus of usage of electricity. You
Yeah,
have people that rely on AC conditioning, and old AC conditioners that are not
yeah. Well,
updated.
that's why I'm like really
Environment.
obsessed with like the
Yeah.
European building standards, like
Yeah.
specifically weatherization, right? Which is so the simplest thing that could be done, like especially like all the new houses that get built, you know, like I think what they should standardize is to have like 3 pane windows. So not just double pane, but like 3 pane windows. Because then there's like ergonomic uh, studies that are done, which show that if you have like a 3 pane window, it's almost universal insulation. Like so you could have like bitter cold winter or extreme hot summer outside,
Mhm.
and you could retain the room temperature inside,
Yeah.
which is I'd be really passionate for that, and I think I don't know whether the budget bill which Democrats want to pass as
Like a
part of the
subsidized,
yeah
yeah, something
whether yeah
subsidized.
exactly whether weatherization would be a big part of
Yeah,
the climate budget.
yeah.
This is
Mhm.
like a really low hanging fruit, right? Because it's like a high upfront investment, but then you're saving the money on the gas and electric, right? And so
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's good. Good. You know what else I would propose? Um, because water is such a scarce thing, I've seen the issue here, at least some of the communities, of water waste and watering the homeowners. They have their own watering systems. Uh, I would go as far as to banning water, water, like like especially in areas where there's water scarcity, you have
to
this
water
waste of water,
the
and
lawns.
limiting the private pools,
Oh, I
uh,
see.
especially here in Dallas Fort Worth where I live. There's uh, people that have their own private pools. There's
Is
enormous
that
amount
like
of
a
water.
marker of being like middle class in America?
Yeah, it's exactly middle class
Yeah.
bourgeois thinking. You have to have your own pool. You're watering your water. I mean, watering your
Lawn.
your grass, and it's very anti-environmental. It absorbs way too much water. It's wasted, to be honest. So I would ban it. I know it would upset some people, but that's just an ecological thing. They have to stop
But
wasting.
that goes back to your earlier topic about urbanization
Yeah,
because
urbanization.
so in if so again so we started with like saying okay we have a growing population, we have to accommodate them somehow,
Yeah,
and we cannot accommodate them with like American middle class suburban, you know
livestock.
two big cars, gas guzzlers, SUV, private pool, lawn.
Costco, Tesla cars. Yeah,
Yeah, I
Costco.
mean all these things like we can no longer do that, right? We know that this is not sustainable for the planet. Okay,
Mhm.
so so is urbanization a solution to that? Well, I think it's a key. Strategies say that it's much easier to provision the population if they are living in denser regions.
Okay.
Things specifically of transportation, right? So you can so this whole idea of like public transportation is a city thing, right?
Mhm.
Because I mean, if you recall, like the Gilets Jaunes protests in France, it was back 2 years ago, and
Yellow vests.
yeah, the yellow vests
Yeah.
and the people who were protesting on the streets were rural residents in France,
Yeah.
right? These because why did the Gilets Jaunes happen? Because the French government increased petrol prices.
Oh.
They imposed a tax on it, and they said it's gonna fund like carbon neutral initiatives that the government sponsors, right? So somebody's got to pay for it, and the best way to pay for it is by people who are driving around diesel cars, which is very bad for the environment. And like actually, France is very high density of diesel petrol cars,
Mhm.
and the people in Paris, because France is a very capital centric country, unlike Germany. Germany is a lot of like is very decentralized.
Mhm.
Um, the people in Paris, they were shrugging it off because they were taking public transit, they're taking subways and commuter rail and whatever. And and the people were protesting were the countryside people. They were driving to Paris to join the protest. And so, well, what does this story tell you? I think that if you wanted to have climate friendly transportation policy, okay, you need more public transit. Well, everybody knows that. But you can only build a public transit in an urban infrastructure, right? Like you're not going to build like a subway line in like a fishing village with a population of 50 people, right?
No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
So yeah,
You could expand bus routes. I think that's the German example. They tried to connect bus routes to the rural, which connects back to the urban. Uh, um, which you have to expand the bus system, public bus system. In here in Texas, we do have Dart, but most of the bus, if there are, some of them are private companies that are contracted. So we don't have, for instance, a lot of public transport in the suburbs, which need it desperately. And so, but there's this very anti-environmental thinking that no, we want to maintain the car as the primary mode of transportation. And so there's a lot of communities, even here in North Dallas, that didn't want to be connected to the light railway system. And now they're paying the price. 20, 30 years, their populations are so large and everything is so fixated on the car. They keep trying to expand the interstate highway. You just add another lane, it doesn't work. So I don't know. It's so hard to
Well, in
get people.
Texas, it's very hard to unscramble the egg, right?
Yeah, really hard.
Because there's also like fixed constituency. Like if I was like a middle class guy with like a big lawn and a big house,
Mm.
you know, and then somebody says to me, "Hey, we're you can sell the house and you can buy, let's say, a subsidized property in like downtown, let's say, and you'd be, your commuting time to the office would be slashed,
Yeah,
um, and you would be, taking public transit to work instead of driving." And I think there would be a lot of people who would be like, "No, you're not going to take away my freedom, you
yeah.
fascist communist," and
Which, yeah,
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 there's no
you're right.
vested interests.
Yeah, it's difficult to change the political culture that's so focused on cars. They're socialized. I think you can see it in just even high school. The car is a status symbol, and everybody drives it around. Here, I mean, this is OU weekend. If you don't know the significance of the, Oklahoma people, they drive down all the way to Dallas to watch the Cotton Bowl. 100,000 people. Can you imagine how many cars that is?
Yeah.
Um, so that does leave a carbon footprint, I believe, right? But that's an interesting example that the waste of just energy, uh, ecological consequences, they don't think about it. I hate to say it, they don't think about it. It's a
And
lot
there's
of,
there's
yeah,
also this issue about the trust in the public transit system. So I
yeah,
remember
trust.
I used to meet this one woman. She lives in New York, and she says she rides the subway every day, no problem. And then when she goes to Philadelphia, sometimes meeting clients or so, and she says she would not dare to take the subway system in Philadelphia, which is, I mean, it's a much simpler system, by the way. I mean, it's only two lines, right? Um, but she wouldn't dare to take it, and I think, and I could sense like in her voice. I mean, she's like a white middle class woman.
Mhm.
Like there's sort of like a racial and a classist undertone here, right?
Mhm.
Which is because the public transit in Philadelphia, it's taken you know a lot by African Americans, and it's lower income residents, so in Philadelphia, just as a piece of context, the posh way to travel from suburb where you live, presumably the office workers,
Mhm.
to the city is by taking the commuter rail. So you have a commuter rail line,
Mhm.
and the cost of the ride is like, I think it's between $6 to $10 depending on the zone that you're traveling to. That's only one way, right?
Mhm.
And and then if you take bus and then you transfer um, to the subway line to go to the city, the cost is like $2 maybe, 250. Um, so yeah, like you could, like even with that, just with that price, you could already see the class distinctions, the class discrimination that exists there, right?
Yeah.
And and also the fact that like the commuter rail, yeah, it's been taken by people who wear suits and ties and whatever, and
here in Dallas, the similar class component, the fact that a lot of the wealthy, affluent communities, northern side, they built a toll road, uh, Dallas North Toll Road, which immediately gives the people that live in those wealthy suburbs connection to Dallas downtown. But if you don't have the toll road access, then you're forced to go on the public road system, or like the railway. So I think the people that use the toll road, they have immediate access, and they have quicker access to the city. And of course, they're paying a ridiculous amount of toll roads, and it continues this toll road idea that they keep trying to use toll roads as a way to build more highways, uh, rather than building public transport systems, expanding it. So you're totally right. Like I see that even in Dallas. Like it's much of the communities that don't have public, even railway is a something that's available only in certain communities. It doesn't go all the way up to the affluent communities. So there is this racialization, you could say, particularly um, upper north Dallas, white suburbia, far more white suburbia, and in even in public bus access is very limited to white suburbia, right? So the bus access is predominantly in the city area. So yeah, you're right. I mean, it's definitely something there, class or racial component. Unwillingness to expand public transport beyond. I mean, why? What's the problem with building it also in an affluent neighborhood and also having access? Maybe the fear is people then will have access. And maybe the worry is like, oh, homeless people might camp out, find a way to come to our affluent communities. You know, so I don't know.
That's definitely a big consideration. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's I mean, also like the way how public infrastructure is designed. I mean, like when I was visiting a sociology friend in Brooklyn, New York,
right.
and we were walking the streets, and we were sort of remarking that, like, if you look at the uh the benches that you find in the parks,
Mm-hmm.
like they would always make sure that, like, if it's like a seat, like between every seat they have like the armrest. I mean, but it's like a very uncomfortable
So you can't sleep
armrest.
on it.
Yeah, because they don't want the homeless people to basically stretch and sleep there, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't really stretch and sleep there. You can only sit there.
Wow.
You're not supposed to, like, because obviously, like, if they didn't build the armrest,
Yeah.
then you could just lie down there, right?
Yeah. There's
Uh,
also, I guess, no camping rules in the parks. No
yeah,
night camp.
yeah, no camping, loitering, things like that, right?
Yeah, stuff like that.
Um,
Yeah, the parks here also are restrictive. There's enforcement, yeah. Um, but as far as the I don't think they have that with the arms thing yet.
armrest, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that I didn't see that. I did notice though that in some of the communities that are lower income, the parks do not facilitate bath restrooms, and in order they have sometimes water fountains. If you go to the more affluent neighborhoods that have parks,
The
they
parks
tend
have
to
restrooms.
have restroom facilities, and they tend to have water access. I found that pretty suspicious too. I guess the
Yeah,
cities think that if you have water access, that people might start to live there, or if they have bathroom
right, yeah.
access, they might camp out in the restroom facility, which is ridiculous. But
So I mean,
yeah,
so I
that's
live in,
the access. Yeah,
yeah, so I
go
live in
ahead.
Princeton, which is a relatively affluent area, and when you go to, for instance, the public park over here,
Mhm.
and they're having benches where they don't have armrests in the middle, right?
Uh,
Which is to say, like, I guess, like, they're not concerned about the homeless people, and I haven't seen that many. I mean, there might be
yeah,
one or two homeless people you might always see, but not that many, right? Um, because this is an affluent area, essentially, right?
Princeton, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so of course, if you go to an area where, I mean, like, New York City is not a poor city. I mean, but it's a big city, right?
Hmm.
Like, it has everything in it. I mean, you have, like, the Mike Bloombergs and Mike the beggars.
Mhm.
Like your
Real
name.
class divide, right? Real
Yeah,
class differences.
yeah.
Have you ever seen the film Trading Places by chance with Eddie Murphy
Eddie
and Dan
Murphy. No,
Aykroyd?
no, I haven't
Trading
seen that.
Places. You need to
Trading.
watch that. That's a good one. It's a good one. Trading Places. It's just like a switch class position that Eddie Murphy plays a homeless guy who ends up entering a business world, and Dan Aykroyd becomes homeless. So it's like switching the whole class distinction. But yeah, good. Yeah, I think we discussed parks now. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
Which fits into what Spaßgesellschaft. Spaß. Yeah, Tätig
Spaß.
Spaßgesellschaft.
So give the
Recreational
definition.
society for the middle class. Right. Yeah. I don't know where we want to go with this.
So we
Did
were
you want to talk
what was
about
the
Richard
Spaß.
Precht too, the philosopher that you sent me the YouTube link, or is that too much?
Oh yeah, yeah, of course. I mean, well, that was the original
Original.
invitation for this podcast.
Yeah. Let me try to
We've been
set it
having it
up a
for two
little bit.
hours.
So
Yeah.
for those that are listening, Richard Precht is kind of like a public philosopher. I've had a chance to watch his stuff the last 25 years, and he's an intellectual, German intellectual who he makes philosophy simple, and he has a real way of bringing in a variety of issues. And one of the talks that I listened to, thanks to Larry, there was this discussion that he had, how we're transitioning away from this Arbeitsgesellschaft, which is a work society, towards something else. That in the 21st century, we have to stop thinking.
Sinngesellschaft, right?
What?
Sinngesellschaft, right? Which is
Sinngesellschaft, yeah.
the
Which that
meaning and
term,
purpose. Yeah.
yeah, like that. I thought when I listened to his podcast that we are so fixated on this old notion of work, as a way forward, very, also meritocratic kind of culture or emphasis. And he's arguing in this transition as a philosopher that the future with automation, going full speed, that there's like I think three kind of varieties of the Sinngesellschaft. Okay, so I kind of wrote it down just to let the listeners know. One is Spaßgesellschaft. If you translated that, it meant recreational society that we can transition into from a work society, we turn into a recreational society. The other is a Tätigkeits society, which the possibility would be it's not just based on recreation or pleasure, but just activity, that we just focus on activity that's not based on work. That's the second. And then the third is the Sinngesellschaft, okay? That it could be not related to recreation, not related to activity, but an ethical reason that people may do something unrelated to money, unrelated to accumulating wealth, things of that nature. So sin is an interesting word. So there's a variety of, again, definitions if you translated it from German into English. Sin could mean purpose-oriented. It could mean a resonating purpose. That
Also, like when you say "es macht keinen Sinn,"
es macht keinen Sinn, yeah.
Then it means it doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
But
like
so they use the same word for like sense, purpose, meaning. It's all
yeah,
washes in the
it's
same
kind
word
of
in German.
the closest that I've come to it, and I've trying to check the different ways that they use it. Hartmut Rosa, he uses the word resonance instead of sin. Resonance is that the idea is that the future society model will be, this is just theorizing, that it will be based on resonance, that we decide what is resonating to our interests. So I think this is where, for instance, ethical consumerism comes in, or maybe that you are donating your private time for nonprofit activities, care, it again, it has some kind of a underlying purpose, underlying sin, right? But that's not related to monetary or economic reasons, right? So that is something to talk about. These three varieties to become a recreational society, which is kind of this interesting. If you think about the United States, the emphasis on sports, which has been kind of captured by for-profit interests. I mean, if we were to turn that into a public benefit that all could do sports, expand parks and recreation, as especially when you get older. So maybe recreational, that would very little of it would be focused on money making, but most of our time would be recreation. Right? What's your take on that, Larry? Are you
Yeah,
for
so
recreational, Spaß, Tätigkeit, or sin?
right.
We
So
could,
the blog post I wrote recently, and I think you read it,
yeah,
was about leisure society. Leisure coordinators is the most important occupation in the
yeah.
21st century. There was a title, and
Mhm.
I sort of, so this is for me is because I do mostly writing and speaking in English, so I hadn't, even though I grew up with the German language, so of
Yeah.
course I'm still emotionally invested in the
Right, right, right.
in German discourses, and but yeah, so but it all points to that idea that so that we are going away from the puritanical ideals of hard work, work for its own sake, and then if you recall in that podcast that I sent you
Yeah,
between
right.
Precht and Lantz.
Yeah.
Lantz is a TV moderator, a very smart one though,
Mhm.
um, and yeah. So Precht talks about the origin of Christianity, right?
Mhm.
Which is a response to sort of Greco-Roman, um, norms. So in the Greek and the Roman world, if you're working, so labor comes from laborare, which is a Latin word, which means it's sort of like burdensome work essentially, right? That's
Like
what
slave.
labor. Yeah, like it's like a slave activity. So and that's been looked down upon, right? And then the people that are being appreciated in the Greco-Roman value system are basically people like you and me. I mean, we're like public intellectuals, philosophers, social scientists, and yeah, I mean, like people who live the life of the mind, artists,
Mhm.
creative people,
That
So
are exempted from physical work. Yeah.
right, because we're not like as you can see. I mean, I'm wearing my tie and whatever, and I'm not.
I have my bookcase back
Yeah,
there.
you have your bookcase, so you had a lot of leisure time up there, and
Even Precht, even Precht said that he was like, he's, I don't know if he has worked odd jobs, he did say, but most of his life as an intellectual, he didn't have to do manual physical work. So
yeah,
that
right, yeah.
he
Well,
acknowledged,
he
that.
had to finance his studies in
Yeah.
philosophy in
Yeah.
university.
That was in the podcast. Yeah. You might share that link. I don't know if they'll listen to German, but maybe there's a lawyer who can translate it. It was good. I liked it.
Yeah, yeah. He used to work in a factory actually, and
Yeah.
it was hard labor back in the
Yeah.
'80s. But yeah. So um, Z- Selbstverwirklichung is the word that Precht used. So it's like
Selbstverwirklichung. Yeah.
yeah, self-realization, right? So it's the idea that like we can feel it too, right? So if you're teaching a course in sociology, or if I write an article in sociology, and it, the primary purpose of the output, is really because it gives us pleasure, right? Like it gives us pleasure to study inequality, to study, urbanization, and automation of work, whatever it is we're studying, right? We kind of enjoy it,
Mm.
and then we sort of expend our energy to show it to the world, like either
So
in
our
instruction.
activity, our activity, which gives us also prestige, right? That we're
Yeah,
exempting.
yeah. It's like
Yeah,
prestige bringing, but it's not really. It's definitely not essential, right?
yeah,
It's like, I mean, I feel this all the time because one of my roommates up here, he's Central American, and but he works at the restaurant close by here, and I'm always thinking to myself, it's like, yeah, sometimes I go into the restaurant and I would buy, food to eat, but I can't give him anything of use, right? Like my sociology articles are total trash in his view, right? Or I don't know, it's not important, whatever.
yeah,
Uh, and but okay, going back to the Greco-Roman days,
yeah,
that was sort of the natural arrangement. So if you go back to Aristotle, I think he explained it very clearly. He said, you know, the goal is to be a free man, and the free man is a philosopher. I mean, a philosopher is like people like himself, basically.
yeah,
And in order, but the free man, of course, still has to eat, right? So that's why he has his slaves to work in the field. He has his wife and the women who, to prepare the meals, and serve it and stuff like that. Um, and now, okay, to make that link to today, I think automation therefore plays an important role, because what we're saying right now is it not possible for the robots and the software to take the role of the slaves and
oh,
and female servitude labor, um, and thereby and thereby
you're good. You're good. I can hear you.
and thereby transform people into leisure society, essentially. I mean, like, basically
Yeah,
make everybody into aristocrats, make everybody you know be able to do what you and I are doing, right?
yeah.
And so that's an important thing. Okay, so okay, now
That's good. That's good.
there's a
But
cliffhanger with.
let me ask you a question. That trend, you would you say that uh, the Greco-Roman mindset was also a feudalistic example? That this characteristic of hierarchy, and that some are going to be on top. There's a natural aristocracy, and some are going to be in the middle, and the slaves are all the way at the bottom. That this is also characteristic of feudalism in Europe, or you think it's different? You think that their feudalism is somewhat different to what the Greeks had in mind, or the same? You think it was based on we don't work. If you're rich, you don't work. The slaves work, but not the rich, or the ones that are philosophers. They don't work. Now, do you think feudalism also kind of operated
Okay,
this
so
way, a scribe status? Everyone's born into it, uh, and so that's supposed to be that way. That the servants are the servants, and the
right.
kings are the kings. Or do you think it's different?
So I mean, so I'm not a historian of feudalism.
No,
So
oh no, you're good.
and is there any historian who's an expert in that field is
Right,
gonna
right, right.
feel free to shoot me down on this. But so
I think
that
it's
because
sort of feudalism.
because
Sort of.
so for me, it's like, I think feudalism, I wanted to define it in the broadest possible
Yeah.
terms, which is that if the primary socio-economic mode of production happens through the land,
Mhm.
right? So if much of what is of value is produced from the land, specifically food, agriculture.
Or hereditary. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, and right, and then there's a few other features to it, like, yeah, there's
Okay.
hereditary, which means like the landlord proprietor gives it to the son,
Okay.
primogeniture, that sort of logic. Um, and then also there's a social hierarchy, right? So the like the slaves and the serfs and the peasants.
Right.
Of course, each of them is slightly different. I mean, they kind of do the same activities, but it's about, like, of course, the legal status, because a
Yeah.
slave, is basically not free. It's a property of the slave owner.
The reason
Because
the
and
reason
this,
why I brought
yeah,
go ahead if you want to continue.
yeah. Well, the serf is sort of like in the middle, kind of like, has to kind of work for the lord, but then um, can still have his own plot of land. And the peasant, I think, is the most is relatively the most free, but also, of course, under the control of the Lord. Um, so that to me is that's how so I have a very broad definition of the feudal structure.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead. What are you
The
saying?
reason why I brought that up, Larry, is there are a few scholars that now use this phrase refeudalization of the 21st century. And you could say Piketty kind of goes in that direction. And there's,
Precht uses the term too.
yeah, and then Precht, yeah, Precht uses it. And of course, there's a German sociologist that uses it, Neckel. And here in my own area, the Savarowski is a theorist who somewhat used a similar term. He called it neo-feudalism. But I'm curious if you think that in the 21st century, even though we've taken this view that feudalism is the past, but with this obsession with, we're still kind of a work-based society, and we have new aristocratic kind of elements, including, really rich, think of Bezos. And I mean, did we have a refeudalization of at least some Western countries, or even well, that's just, you think that's
Okay,
you
so
would
I would say
yeah,
so.
you're
Okay, look at my definition, right?
yeah,
I gave like a two-part definition, right? So I said
okay.
on the one hand, most of the economic wealth generated from the land. And then my
Land,
second definition was, like the hierarchy, the social hierarchy, the dependence
yeah, yeah,
relation
yeah,
between the landlord and the
okay,
serf. And you could say that the people, like including Precht, who use the word refeudalization
yeah,
to apply it to today's work context, right? Which is basically, think of your Amazon delivery driver, like the guy who
gig
delivers
workers,
the Prime packages outside, and it's everywhere now, right?
yeah,
Um, you
some
know, those people, of course, like they're not generating value from land, right? So that doesn't meet that
wages,
definition.
right?
But so they're generating wages. But then there's a hierarchy. The dependence relationship is there, right? Because Amazon is the ultimate employer, right?
Yeah,
So, um,
it's a difficult, I don't know, question.
right. So to that extent, I mean, so
Yeah,
is
of
it
course.
feudalization? Yeah, I would say yes. I mean, if you define it by
Well,
by the sociological meaning,
I would, as if I'm going to use a measure, the differences between CEO pay and the average pay of workers, that has kind of gone further apart. But then again, there's poverty rates, differ. But maybe if we use that to think about like global inequality, global north, global south, that there's this huge divide. But it's I agree, it's an ambiguous word. It's been used differently by different people, refeudalization. But
yeah,
it's
but inequality is a part of that, right? What you
yeah,
mentioned, the CEO to worker ratio, which is that
yeah.
basically the richer Bezos becomes, the more you and I as peasants, have to suck on his trough in order to survive.
Right. So you get it. You get it. Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like if for instance, I mean,
yeah,
like if
yeah.
the higher education system does not absorb us, and there's by the
Yeah.
way a book by Peter Turchin, he calls it like the overproduction of elites, right? It's
Oh
basically
wow.
it's
Well,
like
I have to read that one.
I
Yeah.
don't know whether it's a book
Overproduction
title or
of
an article,
elites.
but anyway, but the argument was that um the higher education produces too many, whatever PhDs and BAs and so
It
forth.
can't be absorbed all
Yeah, it
in
cannot be
the
absorbed by the professional jobs for which those degrees are designed
right.
for. And so then at the end of the day, you and I are, um, maybe we have to
Product.
become delivery drivers for Amazon,
Yeah, we're
just to make a
forced
living.
into the underground economy. No, no.
Yeah, right. And
We're
then
not.
it's like, and we can shit on Bezos, but it's Bezos company that pays our salary, right? So
All right, we're good. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah. That's a weird situation. But okay, so there's one point that I glossed over. So we could talk
Well,
about
go
the
for it.
Greco-Roman value system,
Greco-Roman
and
value
and and
system.
and, and then we have to talk about transition to Christianity. So this is not
No, I'm good.
anything that I
Go on.
say, but this is
Good.
from the Precht podcast,
Right. Yeah.
which is that. So the reason why Christianity is so appealing to the masses is because the mythical figure, which is Jesus, basically hangs out with poor people. And there's a lot of passages in the Bible where it says, you know, like a rich man cannot go to heaven. It's easier for a camel to go through the needle. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And his love for poor people and his love for people who work hard. Like the fishermen of the Galilee Sea or something, whatever. Um, and what is that all about? So the poor people are the majority of most societies, right? It's just like the like the we just talked about like exponential distribution, but I mean wealth is exponentially it goes according to that, right?
Mhm.
So always by definition the majority of people is going to be poor, right? And Christianity was a religion for the poor, and specifically for the poor laborers, because also there's a lot of Bible passages that condemn idleness, that
Mhm.
condemn laziness. I mean, which is of course 180 degrees from what you and I are talking about, because we're always going on and on about the virtues of leisure society and the virtues of Selbstverwirklichung, self-realization.
Yeah.
So we're sort of like we're
The
absolutely
devil.
violating the
Devil. Yeah.
Puritan principles
Yeah.
that's set out by Christian theology.
Yeah.
Um, and but yeah, that was the ideology, and Christianity was very very popular for that. I mean, it's really a religion where if you're poor and hardworking, that's the key assumption, right? Poor and hardworking, So the poor lazy schmuck, it's like, oh my god, you're the social schmarotzer, or the um
Hmm.
so like the welfare queen, I think
Yeah.
was the way how Ronald Reagan put it, right?
Hmm.
Um, and so that's the sort of morality that we have set up, and so now the question is, well, how do you fight back? I mean, you could say, we could go back to the Greco-Roman value system. It might be, I think it would be feasible for, like, if you're already a member of the intellectual class, like you and me. I mean, like, if you already enjoy art and music and culture and reading and all these things that a leisured man is supposed to do. Yeah, I mean, in that case, like, we're preaching to the choir. It's like, of course, it's great,
Yeah.
Um, uh, but if you're not, then of course it might be a harder proposition. I bring up another German guy. I don't know. You read Nietzsche, Friedrich Nietzsche. Uh,
Yeah.
I think he and Schopenhauer. I think one of the top two Germans next to Marx and Weber. Obviously, nobody's higher than
Yeah.
Marx and Weber if you're
Faber.
sociologists.
Yeah.
But I mean, but if you just want to read philosophy, I would say Nietzsche, Schopenhauer is good.
Definitely.
But but Nietzsche's whole project is basically screw Christianity and embrace Greco-Roman value system. Uh,
Oh, yeah. So, but eliminate the idea of necessity to work, right? Or moral obligation to work would be eliminated, but all the other aspects of social solidarity and family would be maintained, or just that aspect of work. I'm curious because the Protestants, they if you look at the Protestant thesis by Weber, he argues that it's Protestants had a different way of looking at wealth, work, right? Than like the Catholics did. So I'm curious if there's any relevance there different traditions into
Right.
the
So I mean, so, so right. So what you just mentioned, I mean, that would be my perspective. I mean,
yeah.
so I would never go out and say, let's just forget about Christianity. I mean, I was raised in Christian household and
Right.
went to church and things like that. So I mean, there's something that I do value in that within the tradition, which is um yeah, which is solidarity. It's family, friends. I mean, there's sort of like holding together as a society, which is very difficult in the capitalist system, right? So if you take the Weberian framing, then Christianity, specifically Protestantism or Calvinism,
Yeah.
and capitalism is sort of one and the same,
Yeah.
and
Push
or
together. Yeah.
they sort of go, or at least they complement each other, right? I mean, they
Yeah.
might be the same,
This
but they complement.
driving mechanism, you might say,
Right,
into
exactly.
modern capitalism.
And I mean, I have like intellectual Christian friends, and of course, they make the argument that no, actually, there's like a Christian socialist tradition as well, right?
Right.
Which is that, which is again going back to the original point, like, why did Jesus hang out with poor people, right? Um,
Mm.
and that's very much anti-capitalist, right? It's the idea that because capitalism means rule of money essentially.
Mm.
Rule of money destroys the family. It destroys community life, and like religious rituals. A big driver of the secularization is capitalism. Um,
Mm.
and I mean, even in countries that like the U.S. is one of the weird countries because of the high Christianity rate, despite the high standard of living. But even there, I mean, you see with the Pew Research polls that religiosity is declining now.
Yeah. Newer generations too. Younger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So the religious, the Christian viewpoint that capitalism results in Entsolidarisierung, or
Insolent.
desolidarization. I don't know what would be the good English term here. Um, the reduction, the diminution of solidarity.
Yeah.
Um, that that also is very well taken, right? So I would say, yeah, we should keep good elements in Christianity and carry it forward.
Hmm.
Um, in terms of like this, like work versus laziness spectrum or
Yeah.
productivity spectrum,
Dichotomy.
yeah, dichotomy. I would say, as if we go back to Nietzsche, I mean, I think he was like yeah, he wasn't framing it in terms of like productivity, like his argument. I mean, though he would agree. So he's Nietzsche is definitely anti-capitalistic, um, because he doesn't think that money reflects human virtues, right? So like the human virtues that he's obsessed by is like defined by the whatever. If you read the Odyssey or the Iliad, like whatever the ancient Greek uh, Homeric tradition, which is basically heroes who go on adventures, and well, like what Nietzsche really loved about about these mythical creatures is that well, that they're strong, that they're courageous, um, that they don't kneel before the weak. So,
Mm.
that's why Nietzsche hates Christianity, because he says that Christianity is like it's basically a religion for the weak, essentially, right?
Too altruistic or something. Yeah. It is
Yeah,
so much altruistic in nature. Okay.
right. So that's the way how he framed it. Now, obviously, so I come from a socialistic to social democratic tradition, so
Mm.
which is actually a cousin to Christian socialism,
Mm.
which is that I mean, I have strong sympathies to the poor and the weak. I mean, of course, that's the reason why we study sociology. I think a lot of us.
You, you,
Um,
you- you think he's starting Nietzsche? He starts to sound like social Darwinist, or no? Or does he no? Does he
Yeah,
sound
well, I
like
mean, it's
somewhat?
yeah, somewhat sure. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
just
I
curious.
think it goes in that direction for sure. I mean,
All right. Hmm.
like his attack, of course, was mainly in the Christian morality, but in his view, socialism actually is a brainchild of Christianity, right?
Hmm.
Um, because of the socialist insistence on protecting the poor and the weak and the vulnerable. Like
Uh,
if you read any Bernie Sanders speech, I mean, it's like, and that's why it's like it's so heartwarming whenever you hear him talk because it's unusual in Washington politics, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um,
Definitely.
yeah, so but yeah, so there are definitely these these splits, these divisions. But
Huh.
so on this issue of leisure society and where practice trying to imagine where we are in. Um, so recall like his argument about automation, right? That's his big shtick, and of course that's been part of my research effort too the last 7 years or so.
Proponents of like basic income would say, hey, why don't we have basic income if automation is going to eliminate so many jobs? Why do we need to maintain bullshit jobs? We could just, move and transition into a different Sinngesellschaft. Yeah. With basic income guarantee attached to it. You still have to have income, right?
Yeah, yeah. I
That's the
mean,
way I interpret it.
but by the way, I think our English listeners are going to be a little bit confused
Oh, that's fine. I don't
when
know.
you
Oh,
say
no.
like
We have to.
Sinngesellschaft, so it has two N, right? It's not the
Yeah,
single N.
yeah. Two
Yeah,
and
like Sinngesellschaft is like like a sinful society. It's like, well, okay,
sin.
that
Yeah,
would
that's
be too much.
sin.
But
We're sinners. We're all
Z-
sinners,
Zin
evildoers. Uh,
Sinngesellschaft.
he
Yeah,
he
I think if you pronounce it the right way, I think it will be less confusing. But
he actually on several occasions, I was looking through the podcast, he changes it up a little bit. He'll start to say, no, the future is going to be a Tätigkeits, which is another word for active society, that we'll just base our livelihood on activities that we decide autonomously on our own. So it's
right,
multi. Yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
so okay, let's take these English terms, right? So
All right.
purpose and activity, and now, so the thing is that don't you think that purpose is a higher threshold? Meaning it's more difficult to achieve it.
Mhm.
So, like a purposeful activity, like, would you say that doing sociology is purposeful? I would say it kind of is because, of course, we could have taken one of these like corporate sales jobs, and maybe we have to do that anyway at some point if we don't find a job. Uh, but but we decided sociology is good. I mean, we enjoy studying inequality, we enjoy studying social structures and things like that.
Right.
Um, so it's like, yeah, it's a purpose. But then, I mean, you probably have disillusioned friends too. You're like, oh my god, I hate sociology now. Like, leave me alone with that. It might be very rare actually. I don't think it's very common in our field.
Well, the question always that comes in is, what are you going to do with this monetarily? What's the monetary value? So people often immediately link, well, this discipline economically, what are your chances in ever earning enough income to afford your own house? So people immediately then rank, regardless of the purpose, regardless of the underlying possibilities, that this is doesn't match up in the economic world. You see, and I think that's what Brecht is trying to argue, is that we need to transition out of this logic of anything has a monetary value. If it doesn't have a monetary value, it doesn't have no value. We get out of
But
this.
that's why he's a supporter of basic income, right?
Exactly.
So like the whole argument that he's making is premised on UBI already in existence, right? Because
Right.
I think that will fix a lot of the sort of base concerns about like, oh my god, why are you talking about meaning and purpose and activity and all these things if people still have to make a living, right? And it's like, no, okay, you have UBI, right? So
Right.
We'll stipulate that as a precondition, or something very similar to that, which would be, basic services like, free healthcare, free education, things like that. Okay.
Yeah, we got
um
that. Yeah.
and yeah, so purpose is a high threshold, activity is a low threshold, right? So if I say, I don't know, I play music, I play a music instrument in the morning, I go do exercise in the afternoon,
Hmm.
and then I paint in the afternoon, or late afternoon, and then after dinner I go meet friends, and you do basically like a similar schedule. You basically do this for the rest of your life, right?
Yeah, it's
Uh,
community involvement. So any community of involvement, whatever scale, I guess Tätigkeit would mean active involvement. So I think they use the same idea with retirement. People that go into retirement, there's different models of transitioning from
right.
this
So it could give
lifespan
you
of work.
purpose. No,
Yeah,
sorry. Like
yeah,
it doesn't necessarily give you purpose,
right,
but you know that it's an activity and you know that it could fill out your day, right?
precisely. Yeah,
Right.
that's
So
how I understood it. Tätigkeit,
Tätigkeit. Yeah, and
like
I
if it's
think
somebody that is a gardener, like you said, that's a Tätigkeit. Now, monetary value of gardening for some, it's knowing how to grow vegetables really well, but they may share the vegetables, and there's some benefit for gardening. We need to have gardeners. Why do we should have gardeners too. People that make wood clocks, the wood things. So that's the idea of Tätigkeit, not necessarily monetary occupation that it's tied to money aspects, like social caregivers, people that provide a service to old people to talk to them, to acknowledge them. That's a Tätigkeit, voluntarism, voluntary. We treat it as non-paid work in the U.S., right? So voluntary work is seen as like non-profit sector, whereas you could give them a basic income and just say that, well, they're voluntary, but they're still paid. you know, right? That would be the idea of Tätigkeit. Again, activity. Again, when I follow Precht, if I follow Precht, he's trying to argue that there needs to be a transition from this obsession with the work-based society, which we're all thinking of wage, money, salary, all of our livelihoods are based on this criteria, on the work society, that we're going to have to transition with automation to think of a different scope of things like purpose oriented, activity oriented, recreational, uh, which is interesting if you think about it. This whole idea of retirement in the US is this idea that you get older, that people are going to be tourists, you know, but they have enough money to be tourists. It doesn't work if you don't have enough money to be a tourist, then you're stuck in your home or apartment for poor. But tourism is kind of taken for granted. uh, we commodified it. I mean, people take these big ships around the world, right? But as soon as poor people try to do tours, there's, these people should be working, doing something else besides being tourists, So there's like a class. I think there's a class distinction.
right.
But to
So
go back to Precht, go ahead, go ahead.
right. So this whole idea of like, you know consumptive pleasures, like for instance going on a cruise, or flying to like South Pacific Island, and sitting out there on the beach. Um, yeah, it's I think it's a little bit problematic, increasingly, because of the climate situation, right? Now, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not saying like people shouldn't do it. Like, I mean, if you already booked in advance, and you really look forward to doing it, then go ahead and do it. When COVID is over, I guess. Um, but uh, but yeah, I think it is problematic for. I mean, not just for spiritual reasons. I mean, of course, for spiritual reasons, we say that consumerism is bad, right? If you go back to like Buddhist thinking, or where like overt sensual consumptive pleasures is not good. But um, but even if you didn't take the Buddhist argument seriously, you'd still have to consider the environmentalist argument, which is that we destroy our planet in that way. Um, if you do aging, if you age into um, retirement, uh, we have to find some activity. But I mean, it's like that's the beauty and the challenge, right? That we get to choose what we do in our retirement. Um, assuming again, everybody has like a basic pension, basic income and stuff.
We reach it
Yeah,
if we
yeah.
get to it. I mean,
Right,
it's
because so
connected.
you remember the burden argument. So it goes back to this Sartre, the French philosopher, existentialist, and like his main thesis is that man is condemned to be free, right? Human is condemned to be free. Um, so freedom being great, but freedom also sucks. That's basically what he's saying, right? Um, because it's so challenging to some extent. Like, so because if your life is driven by necessity all the time,
Mhm.
right? So like if you're like a real low income person, you're like one car repair away from filing bankruptcy, right? Then you're like a very rich person, but you're like a businessman and you're managing like a huge financial portfolio. You make one wrong investment, all the other investors pull the money out, and then you have these big debts and whatever.
Mhm.
So if you're always stuck in the realm of necessity, right, cognitively, you know yes, you don't have any freedom in that context, but but you also don't have any worries about making choices,
Hmm.
right?
Things are determined.
Right.
Free
So
will.
right, it's only if you have like the leisure society, like if we have, like, let's say everybody puts we remove the blanket of labor, so
Mhm.
everybody's reduced is a very negative word, but is going to find himself or herself in the realm of freedom, essentially.
Mm.
So we remove necessity. I think there's going to be existential challenges that will come up.
Of course. Yeah.
One of the early existentialists was Schopenhauer, right? Schopenhauer said, life is either a struggle or boredom.
Hmm. Boredom.
Yeah, yeah. So it's like it's one of the two conditions. If you're struggling, you sort of, it engages all of your senses.
Mhm.
You're always on the run. Um, and then if you're wealthy enough, you're like a trust fund kid. It's like, what am I going to do with my life? Like,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah. It's you raised several key points, and it's a dilemma. You know, uh, my question is because the culture does place so much emphasis on work, and we have work enthusiasts in our culture. How to detach or offer different opportunities for people that are work enthusiasts, and they are sort of socialized into thinking that everything value is based on work. And then you open up a different box of worms. You say, well, there's some things that think of some activities other than work that you think of work, like and I'm maybe it's because of the way work is organized in our society. It's very difficult for people to think out of it. For they're ideologically, they think of it as a necessity. They're taught that way. And then the work, how do you, like an alcoholic, that drinks alcohol, they're alcoholics. Well, they're workaholics, they're work enthusiasts. And I don't know if it's challenging to transition, to that. It seems like it will be, because the value systems are attached to it. People believe in meritocracy. They believe in social mobility. They think everything is attached to social status and your occupation. An entire 150 years is based on your white collar, blue collar status. And now with the automation, those distinctions start to become obsolete, and the way world of work mm, is going to change. It is radically changing. So I'm curious what that does with the work enthusiasts. Are they going to be captured by it? Are they going to? Is there a way to transition them? I don't know how you do that, but there are people that there's psychological problems too. Some people that can't transition out of working in 40 years at a place, and then the company goes belly up, and there's some people that work so long, and I guess Purdue calls that what, habitus, like a habitus that people believe that this is the way of work, and how dare you think of a leisure society. Leisure society, that's right. So it's difficult because it's embedded in the culture so long, right? So
Yeah,
that's
so that's why I think you and I play a big role in changing the
right.
norms. So you could say there's the facts about industrial society, right, which is still a present mode of thinking, and a present mode of operation. And then there's the ideology, the value system, right? And of course, the base and the superstructure, I think, is the
Mm,
Marxist um, terms. Um, and the base is already changing, right?
rapidly.
That's already happening, and I don't know whether we have a lot of say in that. I think unions try to fight back, but they're fighting a rearguard battle actually. Um, and so I don't think that the base could be changed that much. So
Mm,
really, where we as a society have to put in a lot of effort is to change the superstructure, which is
yeah.
for those who didn't study sociology, it's a belief system, right? The belief system, the value system, um, and yeah. So and changing that value system, I think it's done gradually, and I think it's already happening to some extent. I mean, even you know in my generation, or even just what I'm doing, right? So I'm in my late 20s, hitting 30 soon, and I you know single guy. I don't have a house. I um don't have a stable job, right? I mean, as a PhD student, you sort of, I was like, a couple months away from your contract expiring.
Mhm.
uh, and but yeah, but I'm perfectly happy about it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's fine with me, and to some extent, I mean, so right, there's sort of like leisure that's sort of built in. Well, I mean, I know my parents' generation, they're like baby boomers, and like for them, I guess because they were also first gen immigrants, right? So for them, working was sort of like, yeah, okay, you get here, you find a job, and then life continues, right?
Yeah.
Um, but I haven't been even socialized in that sort of mindset. I don't know. So I think over generations, I think you're seeing the change. I mean, a lot of people in our age, like we spend a lot of time in universities, right?
Yeah. Many years.
Incredibly long time in education, higher
Yeah.
education.
But I
Um,
mean, you use the base superstructure analogy. I found that fruitful. I think you're getting at the mode of production, in the 21st century. We're going to see more and more automation. That's taken for granted. But I think what you're trying to argue is that there's a lag, that the base has rapidly changed, but the culture and the institutions and the ideology are still stuck in the 20th century. And the work, I think that's what Precht was trying to argue. Precht was trying to argue Arbeitsgesellschaft is based on the 20th century and maybe even late 19th century. And leisure society would not be based on the work society idea. And I think the base superstructure lag is the base is already there. The base is already moving away, but the culture is still stuck in 20th
It is
century.
shifting, right? So the
Yeah,
demands are shifting.
shifting,
So
transitioning.
yeah.
Like even this obsession with meritocratic, meritocracy is still a big thing. Um, that is still a big belief of social mobility, and uh, I don't know if that makes sense. Like the bootstrap ideology, that's still a big major thing in the popular culture, which uh, people think that work itself will pay out, and then but they don't realize there's technology changes, there's all these things that change in the 21st century, the globalization, global assembly line, Amazon. I mean, all these things are just undermining the 20th century belief systems, based everything on work itself. Work was the central driving value. Now the 21st century, we see it first 2 decades. Some jobs are just going to become obsolete, and there's a need for it transitioning that the workers will no longer be workers. So there's deproletarianization. Deproletarianization. That's a big word. But maybe a service sector, or maybe a leisure sector. I don't know, a post-work society, post, uh, that's a phrase, by the way. I think post-work
Right.
society.
So well, that's why I said the leisure coordinators. I mean,
Yeah,
both on
leisure.
the demand and supply side, we need that, right? So it's
Yeah.
basically people who are seeking leisure activities, and the people who are offering those leisure activities, like the public intellectuals, podcasters like you and me, the entertainers, comedians,
Hmm.
artists, musicians, painters, um, actors,
Hmm.
movie stars, etc. I mean, yeah, I think and like athletes. I think I think athletics is I think one of the like low hanging fruits because it's very interesting because like
That's
I,
interesting.
I-
Yeah, sports.
yeah, because people feel better like if they're running around and they're moving their bodies.
Yeah, it's a recreational sector that is hidden, I think, and it's often normalized in middle class, but somehow in the working class, it's more difficult for working class people maybe to enjoy the same fruits like the middle class, because the schedules of work are different, access to recreational. I'm curious. I don't know. I have to be careful, but like I think there is this interesting parks and think of recreational activities and uh, time available to do it. But I don't know. I gotta going off topic now. Yeah,
Yeah, I
go
mean,
ahead.
well, because we're discussing the challenges of like other obstacles to getting to leisure society, and obviously the
Yeah.
sociology reply is always that there's inequality in getting there, basically, right? Or that
Well, yeah.
being there is unequal. Yeah.
Well, let me backpedal. Do you think there's relevance, and just using an old Marxist term, false consciousness? Do you think that has any kind of that it's both, you know, sticking to 20th century, beliefs, ideologies, and this false consciousness problem of that people think that there's no way that you can have vacation, there's no way you can have free time, it's utopian, that there's a false consciousness problem within certain levels of society, that the middle class already, upper class already take regular trips, and they realize the benefit of tourism, taking tourism. Free time is valued more than anything else. But why is it that you think of the lower working classes and even the lower middle class, that there's a false consciousness problem? Or is it, I don't want to use that phrase so many times, but is that
I mean,
is that
false
a
consciousness in the sense of like they're still stuck with the work ideology, essentially. Yeah.
like a habitus or something?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, because those are the roles that are assigned historically, right? So if you think about,
right.
again, going back to the Greco-Roman value system, where like if you're an aristocrat, you're supposed to be lazy and wasteful with your time, right? That's a virtue. Now, but it has to be clarified. However, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of economics research now that talks about like the working rich, right?
Yeah,
So the idea is simply that like the people who are the newly rich, they tend to be, people who work their way to the top. Like they,
new rich versus old rich. Yeah,
right, yeah. So they're like, financial gurus, or they are like, like an Elon Musk who develops a new company, and they're
Tesla.
basically like workaholics, right?
Like he's in
Or
Texas now, by the way. He moved his headquarters.
right, exactly. So they're like the workaholics who become rich, essentially, right?
That's
And
the new rich, right? And the
right, so
old rich
yeah,
are just get it through inheritance and just
right. So they're
acquire.
different from the hereditary, right? Yes, because
Yeah.
the hereditary rich, I think they're closest to the Greco-Roman aristocracy, right?
Okay.
But like they were, um, and so we have this like weird situation now where it's like you have the working rich, and then you have the working poor, basically, right?
Yeah.
Um, but they're combined in the same boat because they love working, essentially, right?
Yeah. It's
Um,
a work
and
intensive ideology, a work manifested ideology, work
yeah,
intensive.
and we know it, and we know it's increasingly ridiculous, right? So
Yeah.
because certain kinds of work we know is difficult, arduous, but clearly valuable, right? So I'm thinking of like, agriculture, basically, like farming, incredibly necessary for the sustenance of a civilization. Um, but right now, it doesn't require a whole lot of labor. You know,
Yeah.
um, the only sector that I could think of where there's going to be quite a big number of jobs and it's clearly useful is the healthcare sector. It's because of the aging of the population, right?
Hmm.
And it's not so much that the robots couldn't take over, because I think especially with diagnostics tools and surgery and stuff like that, I mean, a lot of them are robot and algorithm assisted, or it's in the transition of becoming robots and algorithm assisted. And so so on that front, I think automation is possible. I think healthcare is one of those sectors where it's not about feasibility of automation, it's more about desirability.
Hmm.
So as long as old people, for instance, can have a person to talk to, and they would have the choice between the robot and the person, they would always choose the person. You know, because of course, you could try to improve the robot arms to to do the lifting and washing and all of these things, but I don't know, like the emotional connection, perhaps, it's really where the human has an advantage. But then you could say actually that a lot of these like health social care jobs, like you could put them into the leisure society actually category over time.
Okay.
Like they could,
Explain. What do you mean?
yeah, well, it's like, well, if you think about like families, for instance, like traditionally a lot of like healthcare provision, especially the one that's like caring intensive, nursing intensive, usually was done by family members, usually without compensation.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that unpaid labor actually, I mean, there's some economists who did calculations, and they say that one third of GDP is basically household labor. It's
Yeah.
not compensated, so it doesn't flow into GDP. There's no monetary value attached to it, right? I mean, of course, the economists were making the assumption that you paid the the household chores $10 an hour, right?
Mhm.
So that's how you calculate it, which already is a very low pay for you know.
So we already have examples of uh, create purpose-oriented labor that does not take the commodity form, that it flourishes. And but then there's some feminist scholars who argue that it should be compensated. There should be some compensation for domestic work, unpaid, throughout the years through benefits like, you know, mothers get some kind of a pay, or they can count it towards retirement. In some countries, that's the case. But that's interesting that you bring that up because it's it's something that is a labor, it's essential, it's care, but it's like economists don't count it, and it's taken for granted, right? It's work, it's a hidden work. It's like hidden work through hundreds of years, centuries, you think about it. But I'm curious, it's taken for granted by capitalists too, if you think about it, because they know that women provide this essential role in the nurturing of children. It's uncompensated work. Unless you get benefits from the state or something, then you indirectly get some benefit. You can write it off as tax write off against children, right? Nowadays you get was it tax credit in the U.S. Germany you get Kindergeld. I don't know about Austria. Does Austria have
Yeah, they
something
have that too. Yeah,
allowance? Yeah.
yeah,
So there's some monetary compensation, but it's just recognizing domestic labor and domestic work, but it's just giving a marginal, credit. If we really calculated it, I mean, if you calculated how many hours, that would add up to a job, right? That's the argument. What Harley, what's her name? Arlie Hochschild makes the second shift,
yeah.
right? That's what she calls it, second shift. Uh, but yeah, that's an interesting point. Why, for instance, that could not be part of the leisure society, that it would be compensated through basic income, and it would
That's what.
then it would just you're whereas that's an essential care is essential, especially for retiree old people that need assistance. That would be an interesting way of solving that problem, maybe,
Yeah, I
right?
mean, I was wondering whether there's like anti-UBI feminists, right, who basically say,
Yeah.
"Hey, we have to specifically give it to women who can show that maybe they have kids, or they
Oh,
take care of whatever, the husband
still make it
who might be
conditional.
sick or whatever, um, or they take care of, like, sick parents or whatever, something like that, right?"
That might,
And
yeah.
I wonder whether, I mean, I've never encountered that argument, like anti-UBI feminism. I don't know whether the
Anti-UBI. You're saying against UBI.
anti-UBI, because they say, well, we want to target women who is providing the household labor.
Huh.
I wonder whether that argument
That would be
exists. I have not
interesting.
encountered it anywhere.
We need to bring
Um,
in a feminist next time. We'll have to ask them. I
right?
don't.
Yeah, yeah,
I
exactly.
don't.
So,
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm gonna put up the straw man anyway, because I wanted to shoot it
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
Because so so the strongest argument for UBI always is anti-bureaucracy, right?
Yeah. Totally.
Because the whole idea of, like, okay, so I'm gonna stipulate the condition. So, and then what are the conditions? It's like, well, okay, do you have to be a woman? Do you have to have children?
Fill out the application form.
Right, right. And for all of these things, like, you actually, yeah, right. There's like a process that you have to go through, and of course, we know that if you force people to go through a process, you have maybe illiterate women, or you have illiterate people, or whatever. I mean, and and then you create barriers to access, right?
Yeah.
And So I think I like the UBI concept.
I
You know,
I like the argument that Carl uses, Carl Wiederquist, that you got me hooked on him, by the way. I mean, like, he's a really interesting philosopher. Carl
Did you
made
ever
an
have a chat
argument.
with him? I mean, before?
We need to one day. Bitter quest. Carl said in one of the podcasts where he was a proponent, a favor of UBI, that no one should ever start out at zero in the beginning of a month. He argues that why is this we have this belief that everybody should start out at zero amount. He said it in that term. I'm paraphrasing. That why do we think of this logic that everybody has to start at zero, and then we have to somewhat accumulate money to make our rent and then to pay for food, that in different parts of the sectors of our society, there's very affluent, like very very affluent people that may already have uh no, they don't start at zero, but the logic is that everybody has to supposedly starts out at zero. But with the basic income, it would be like the threshold that you start at maybe at $600 or $700. Why do we have to deny that people that basic income kind of protection? Now I'm with him. I'm with Carl there. You know, and especially for living people, I would actually link that with citizenship rights, an expansion of citizenship rights. I'm going a little far there, but I would think of it as a necessity to be a citizen is to have a basic income foundation. Because if you don't have the $600, or 700, then you're denied every month that basic income guarantee. Then you have to look around, to look for some ways to pay for your. So that's one way that people, I think, Carl does that. I don't know if you agree with that. That you should never start out at zero, right? You're a proponent of UBI, right?
Yeah, well, I had
The
Carl
amount, the
on in the
amount
previous
people
podcast.
debate people debate the amount. Like, as some say, well, it should be $1,000, maybe it should be $800, but regional implementation would probably, or local, through pilot programs and then expanding it regionally. Uh, that might be an obstacle, but I think in the 21st century they're gonna, with work disappearing, UBI has to be the model. And by the way, in the developing world, in the global south, they have shown, particularly in Brazil, the usage of UBI has reduced poverty. So it may even be
Well,
a
it's called the
remedy.
conditional cash transfer scheme, right? It's like the Bolsa Familia.
Yeah, it was. I don't remember the president, but he was a social democrat. But
Lula da
it
Silva.
was somewhat conditional, though, in Brazil. But they paid it out to the favela residents, and then there's others in India. But again, they're the global south. I think it could be a remedy for global poverty too, expanding it. However it may be administered, I don't know. But some people argue it may be a private donation. It could be tax based. It could be corporate taxes. You know, but in the global north, ironically, we see ourselves as like, you know, uh, affluent societies, but yet that isn't available, or it's highly stigmatized. Like basic income is, treated as some left wing loony idea or something. But it's, I mean, if you think about it, if you are a really wealthy person, you already also have a basic income guarantee, right? I mean, if you're Jeff Bezos, do you ever have to worry about not getting income? Or if you're Elon Musk, you will always have a base. You'll have money that you're guaranteed. So, but
Yeah,
I
so
know people debate on it. People fight over it. You know that.
yeah, so like Eric
Yeah.
Eckstein and Joe Rogan. These are people I listen to quite a bit, and they call it like "fuck you money," right? And which is it's the idea of like having money so that nobody
Yeah.
can shoot you down, right? It's like
I
so
never looked
you're
at
not
it. What's a
beholden to a
vulgar way
boss who could fire you. You're not beholden to be censored by somebody, and then you lose all your revenue source, right? And
Yeah.
so it's like really freedom. Using having money to do something creative and daring, and like and the way how Joe Rogan put it is if you have fu money and you don't say fu, then you wasted it. So he's really into like,
I never looked at it that way. That is a good way of framing it.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
good to have it and then just use it if you can. And so
Yeah.
yeah, and that's a really fantastic idea. And to put the plug back onto UBI, to which Rogan also is very open to. Um, UBI is a form of FU money, right?
Mhm. Yeah. Which it seems that we've taken for granted the privilege of FU money is just supposed to be for the affluent, segments of society. But, when the poor that are particularly affected, that could change their world, it can give them more options. To some extent, I think we can see that with uh, a lot of restaurant workers, that if the employers don't want to pay above $15 an hour, they they don't take those jobs, and maybe it's their right not to take those jobs. Why do we think of it as something bad if workers don't want to take a lower pay? They refuse to take a lower pay. They want to be paid reasonably. you know
And that's where the
they get
pandemic caused the
stigmatized if
labor
they do.
shortage, right?
Yeah, they get stigmatized if they do. If oh, you deadbeat, why don't you take this pay?
No, no,
You
but
should,
now it's different because the pandemic caused the labor shortage. That's the
right,
important key
right,
piece.
right, right.
Because the government is paying the stimulus checks and unemployment benefit, and also people are spending less money going out to eat, which means that they can
Right.
survive on less money, and it's a sort of thing.
There's also spending behavior changes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So and that is very interesting because it starts to shift the power balance back to workers for now. And you know the way how I study it from an automation angle is that it could actually encourage more automation, right? You know because you could presumably, because higher cost of labor and then cheaper technology, relatively speaking, right?
So it might speed up automation.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
might speed up automation. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
More self checkouts.
yeah, more self checkouts, things like
I've
that.
seen that, by the way, at Walmart. They add more and more self checkouts.
More and more self checkouts.
There's one I went to, Larry. I went to one here in the colony. I don't know if this is happening in Princeton where you're at. Uh, there's one Walmart I went into. It's all there's not one single cashier that has their own stand. It's totally forced you to do a self checkout. Like there's no option. They used to have like a little
and how many staff do they allocate, like, at
well,
the
I
end
was
of
there
the
in the
aisle?
morning and it was probably one person just to kind of be a security, but it was all self done. Everything was self checkout. And they totally redesigned their front end to where there is no single like register there's a person standing there. There's only like a person checking, making sure, maybe somebody's running out with groceries or something. But this is the colony when I
So there's
went to
one guy who
shop.
checks the receipts, basically, right? Something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's totally self checkout. There's not this option of you used to have one, regular cashier. They don't have that anymore. They just especially I guess these new stores that they're redesigning. It's totally self checkout. So that's a full automation attempt. At least from the cash register perspective.
Well,
So
that's a big source of jobs right there. I mean,
yeah, I've also seen of course, car wash is being more automized. Uh, Storage places, hotels.
yeah,
Uh,
storage places is one of the few areas of the economy that's thriving. I mean,
yeah,
so yeah,
surprising.
my parents in Philadelphia, and so I would walk around the shopping mall area, and so they had like the old location of the Walmart, which just moved like one store down. But the old location of the Walmart, they shut down for a while, and now they reopened like self storage facility, and that's a thriving portion of the economy, apparently, because
Yeah, warehouse space. Warehouse is a big money maker here in North Texas. surprisingly, with Elon Musk moving down to Austin, headquarters of Tesla, there's an entire industry that's making money off of just space. Texas is enormous space for
And it's a
warehouse.
reflection of disaster capitalism because
Yeah,
because who would rent self-storage space? I would say it's people
yeah,
who, let's say, they lost a house. Let's say it's like kind of like a big house because maybe they lost a job or downsizing, whatever. And then they move into an apartment, and of course they have a lot of stuff that they can't move over to the smaller apartment, right?
yeah.
So then it's actually cheaper. Like for okay, they have to sell a lot of stuff, I guess, but for the stuff that they want to keep, they keep it in the self storage unit, right?
It's
And
a massive industry.
maybe there's like some small business people who might use that for like keeping the inventories or something. I don't know, but
Yeah,
it,
it's it. Do you know what's interesting here? It's this creative destruction possibility that it's so intertwined together that all these other jobs are dependent upon, um, people that the few people that they do hire at those storage places, any small economic change can either totally annihilate this sector, where people can't even afford the storage places anymore, which they build up a new sector, or they flatten it and turn it into parking spaces, or it's again, I'm using this creative destruction that it could be a small thing, like let's say, for instance, they they build an entire infrastructure in Austin, Texas, just for gigafactory in Austin. So what if now in other
building
countries,
Teslas.
yeah, Teslas build Teslas, they do end up building cheaper electric cars and Tesla is crap or that goes down. What is going to happen to all that infrastructure that they built down there? It's not diversified. It's all based on their cars. An entire, I mean, that's like, I don't know, 25% of maybe that region, of all the employment is attached, all the other contract companies.
So where do you see the loss of jobs? I mean, is that in the combustion engine production? I must
Oh,
assume.
well, that would be an interesting, transitioning. There could be both unintended consequences, that so
Yeah.
much emphasis on the one company producing electric cars, it turns it into a monopoly,
Well, I went to a presentation of like a UAW official, so it's a United
Oh,
Workers,
okay.
uh,
What were
b-
they saying?
in Michigan, and
Electric cars were going to be, but aren't they trying to build some too?
right. So basically, what they're talking about the transition from combustion to electric engine vehicles, and they're quite open about it. They're saying that we could be cutting 30% of our jobs,
Wow.
just in that transition because you have to understand like the combustion engine has more
Or
parts,
parts. Yeah.
right? So more parts always means more labor, and
Wow.
yeah,
So
so
they understand that. Then it's a reduction.
yeah, it's definitely moving towards reduction. Yeah, I mean, if they're making the transition, and clearly, I mean, most governments in the world, I think, including the U.S. government now, is encouraging, and then over time, and incentivizing, and over time, it's mandating a transition to electric fleet, essentially, right? And so the
Unless they do planned obsolescence, right? Things break quicker, so then they have a demand to replace it, and then they need workers to help with that. Like if they built electric cars to last, let's say 15 years, then for 15 years they have to wait until other people buy other cars. But let's say they have a lifespan of only 5 years or 7 years, and then the car breaks down, so then they can build another one. That's planned obsolescence that you.
well, that what yeah, I think that's what
So the
many
breakdowns,
manufacturers
yeah,
are hoping is going to happen, right?
yeah. That's why
And
the batteries go down. They go down after maybe
10
5 years,
years or so, right?
10 years. Yeah, they got to replace them. So
And
yeah, that's
that's the thing that's going to suck because I was recently reading about you know battery waste. And so the question is, okay, what are you going to do with the battery waste? And in 99% cases, it just fills up landfills, right?
Yeah.
And that's what you don't want to happen, right? It's like, I mean, I recently saw an article. It was about like Marseille, which is in a southern French city on the Mediterranean coast, and there was some like maybe wind weather event, and it blew all the trash, um, I guess from the Mediterranean Sea or whatever, like a lot of like soda cans and stuff like that, water bottles, and it just threw them onto the coastline.
Mm.
And so now they have to pay a lot of money to clean up the coast, right?
E-
Um,
Ecological damage. Yeah.
yeah, so it's just
Enormous. Yeah.
absolute disaster. So yeah, so plant obsolescence is a big problem. Not dealing with battery waste. And so and I also researched like you could say the cost of solar panels and windmills, because those are the two technologies you know that the experts say is going to lower carbon emissions.
Hmm.
And one of the problems that you have is that, so for to create a solar panel, you're producing silicates, which is, I guess, is some kind of like earth metal, and then which means you have to do mining,
Yeah.
and a lot of the mining tools, I think they're still, they use like tractors, trucks and things like that, which are of course fueled by fossil fuels, right? So in the production phase, it's actually, there's some carbon intensity behind it.
Yeah.
And then with the windmills, the key input is steel and concrete, and we know that both of these inputs are emitting CO2 in the process of producing it, right?
So some ecological footprint. Yep.
Yeah. So the ecological footprint. I mean, okay, no. So the counter argument is, well, the footprint is less
Yeah.
than gas and oil, which is obvious,
That's true.
but it's not zero. I mean, and that's a big worry, right?
Yeah. That's why
'Cause-
we got to encourage more bicycle use, right? In the U.S. If that were ever happen, who knows?
yeah, well, I mean, so well, that will happen if we, again, this goes back to our point on urbanization, right?
Yeah.
So you actually have to live in the city, right?
Yeah.
And you have to be able to reach all the destinations you want within half an hour.
Yeah.
Because like, if you're living out, in the wild somewhere, I mean,
Not gonna happen. Yeah.
yeah, it's like you definitely need to have the car, and so I think that's right. So energy transition, I think, is a big challenge. Because we also saw that the oil prices is one of the biggest factors behind inflation, behind overall inflation. Um, and and so now, so the right wingers, they now say, well, it's because we because of the environmental mandates, we are now shutting down these oil wells, and we're not adequately replacing them with alternative sources of energy. And also, sometimes the alternative energy is not reliable. I mean, we saw that in the North Sea, which is where a lot of the European windmills are.
Hmm.
The wind was apparently not blowing as strong as they hoped. So the wind energy capacity was, you know, very much below demand. Um, so basically, I guess what I'm pointing out is like there's an energy dilemma, right? Because if
Yeah.
you say, okay, we're gonna keep the oil prices high, we want to lower the supply of oil, even though demand is still high. Well, then 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 low income people are going to have freezing homes in the winter. That's basically what the outcome is.
It
Or
affects others differently. Has
right
a real
people
boomerang. Yeah.
right people are going to have struggle going to work, and so if they can't fill up the gas
Yeah.
tank. So
That
but
was a tactic that used the conservatives used in Germany too. Uh, that the view was the Greens were going too fast with going against the car and too much electric car enthusiasts. And they were like, "Oh, yeah, the poor people can't afford electric cars, poor people, they're going to have to do long trips, commuting trips." Some of that may be true, but still, I mean, you can't rely on the combustion engine for the next 100 years. We're going to have to transition. We're going to have to transition voluntarily or do it by law, just ban the whole combustion engine. I think that's what the Greens were trying to do. I think they were going to ban the combustion engine
by
or
2035.
no other. Isn't it in Germany already? I think they don't build anymore after 2040 or something, or some voluntarily they ask companies to transition away
Well, no, on the
from the.
consumer side, I think there's no restriction, right? But
Oh, okay.
on the
So it's
producer
still
side,
okay.
I think they said 2035.
Okay, 2035. Yeah, I
Right.
can't. Which
So
is interesting because in the U.S. that's not in the U.S. They're still thinking. I don't think they're uh, politically. I don't
but it's
know.
this is the Green Party position, mind you. So
Oh,
remember the Ample coalition talks where the
yeah.
FDP says they don't want any ban to you know to combustion engines,
Oh,
and they want to reach carbon neutrality by 2050,
hmm.
which is basically it's like more than a generation away still, right? About 30
Yeah.
years.
So they're still gonna
And
lag.
so
Yeah.
by that point, I don't know. I mean, it's like so you see the problem again. Go back to this idea of like exponential curves, right? That because that's where CO2 is kind of heading towards, right?
Risk society.
Right. Which is that basically so basically like time and CO2, it's like time is working against us, right? Because the longer we wait to reach carbon neutrality, the harder it is, right? Now you could say, well, what about the European countries where it's sort of like it's sort of stable and slightly declining, right?
Mhm.
But it's not. But the pace of the curve, right? Does it go like this, or does it go slowly?
Very slowly. Yeah.
Uh, and it's kind of going slowly. I mean, that seems to be the main logic. And if you look at the U.S. numbers, is even worse because our numbers are basically close to 1990 level. Now, I mean, you could say, well, it hasn't increased, but it didn't decrease either, right?
Hmm.
Um, you know, we, and a lot of the energy demand is fulfilled by natural gas
Yeah.
because
This
you
is the
might know
problem,
fracking is like the big technology we're using.
especially
Um,
here in Texas. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And natural gas, while having lower CO2 effect, I mean, there's still some CO2 effect, right? I
Mhm.
think it's like half of like other kinds of oil. But it's definitely not sustainable. I mean, did you see that? I think it was a Wall Street Journal article in about Russia, and you know, Russia. I mean, some people believe, hey, this is they're beneficiaries of global warming because they have this like it's basically like an ice desert, right? It's like everywhere ice and very sparsely populated, and then they're like, hey, it's gonna warm up, and then now people can maybe move there, and because it's a petro state, right? So they drill a lot of like oil to sell it abroad. And now what happens is that so they have the worst wildfires that they've ever had in history.
Yeah. I remember reading about that.
Um,
Siberia, right?
right. So they have permafrost melting, which is going to release all of the methane, which is it's more potent than CO2 in terms of the heat trapping effect. I mean, it has a quick half-life, so it's a good thing. So it's not going to stick around for a long time. But the impact is still going to be very heavily felt.
Mhm.
Um, and and because of the melting permafrost, also they have like sinkholes,
Hmm.
right? That that are sort of, you know, becoming apparent. And then if you have like a sinkhole, I mean, like if you think the physicality of it, right? If there's nothing that supports the surface, it's going to collapse. So I mean, a lot of the houses that are built around these like, permafrost areas
Yeah, very
um,
very precarious. Yeah.
are very precarious. I mean, like I guess like they in the report they showed they visited those Russian villages and they were showing all the cracks along the walls of the building.
Hmm.
Um,
Crazy.
and it's like I don't know. I mean, it's like could it be that like while you sleep, your like the roof falls on top of you? I mean, uh, yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, this is the situation, and then also I think they the gas like stations that they have like the like just to suck out the gas, the pipelines and stuff. I mean, I think those are also threatened. Through erosion of the ground.
Oh
So
yeah, definitely.
yeah,
Definitely.
so
So they have pipes busting in North America. So it's probably going to be the same in different parts like Russia. Yeah, there'll be a real risk.
right. So the whole idea of like, hey, let's build more oil pipelines because we want a stable supply of oil. I mean, I have some neoliberal friends, and they're totally livid about canceling Keystone XL, right?
Hmm.
Because they say, well, it's like there's so much oil and gas that we have in North America. We're no longer dependent on the Middle East, and
Yeah.
but but
That's
but
the
that
same argument people use to defend natural gas here in Texas. They'll say, well, it will put money back into our economy. It's tax revenue for the schools. But I'm not so sure because a lot of that money seems to uh, go in the hands of the shareholders. So there might be some tax revenue. I have to check exactly the amount, but the argument was that the gas, if we allow natural gas drilling into exploration of natural gas here in Texas, it will immediately benefit citizens here. But I'm not sure if that's the case because it's you know like where does the money go? I don't know. Maybe Alaska, that's different. Alaska, at least they put it in an Alaska permanent fund. They have some kind of a basic income, going back. But in Texas, it was seemed like it was a political decision, and it just benefits corporations, energy companies, and hardly very little of that goes back to the communities. They may have programs to promote the idea that it's going back, but I don't see it. Again, I have to read up on it, how much they actually reinvest in communities after they extract all that natural gas. In Texas, there's all sorts of risks with pipelines bursting. There was actually a case in Garland about a week ago. It exploded. Excuse me, Dallas apartment complex. The natural gas pipe exploded underneath and blew up the apartment. And so it's high risk, like the way it's built.
what
It's
was
not
it inhabited? I mean, did
maintained.
people die with it?
I believe there was maybe a casualty, but everybody apparently got out. I think if somebody got burnt, yeah, there was 3-degree burns, but it was in Dallas. It was all over, and it was all related to the natural gas pipeline kind of exploding underneath the house. The residents smelled the natural gas the night before, and then yeah, very serious. So it's a risk if it's not maintained and there's not maintenance done on the pipes, and they're thinking more about money They're not thinking about fixing the pipes, and consequentially, you have disasters like that. Often, that houses explode, or a pipe, is damaged. So,
Right.
which
So
is interesting because we're
that's what the
like,
neoliberals never account for in this like
yeah,
risk society thing, which is
yeah,
that it's like you pay some money to try to fix the climate problem now, and I mean it's going to create some pain for some sectors
right,
of the economy for sure. Um, or you wait. I mean, you keep the status quo for as long as possible,
yeah.
and then you're going to have to pay catastrophic rates of adjustment, right? Because at that point, it's like the wildfires is going to intensify, the flooding is going to be more severe, the more crops is going to be destroyed, like
The-
yeah.
I like the way you address it. I've always asked myself that question: why exactly the culture in the U.S. is very different from this, taking less precaution, okay, than in Europe that we're all used to. I mean, and I believe that the reason is the precautionary principle does not exist in the U.S. Culture. They never, maybe some liberals, progressives believe
It's
it,
like a pay
but they
damage
never,
culture sort of,
like,
yeah.
oh yeah, like just the notion of precautionary principle. I once tried to explain it to academics. I mean, some of them get the idea, but they're usually very hesitant. They're like, how dare we, should we take precaution, or if they're very neoliberal, they're like, no, we need to accept risks, and actually risk is a good thing. So then I asked them, well, what is there any precaution we should take at all in any time?
It's
Like,
like don't
if we
don't use a
know that that's
condom,
gonna,
it's like you're not going to
well,
get an
yeah,
STI.
yeah, but think about it, Larry. Think about it. If precautionary principle is a basic principle, I think maybe it goes back to the 1970s and 80s. And in Europe, I think the EU turned it into like a policy in their agricultural policy. The same principle applies to pharmaceutical, but precautionary principle, I think there's some hesitancy, some cultural misunderstanding or ignorance in this culture that views it as, no, we can't take precaution. We have to take risks, uh, and it reflects. I think it's reflected in the lack of some regulation and the lack of precaution that are needed to take. People don't want to take precaution. They think of it as something abnormal, like Europeans. How dare they take precaution? I'm not saying that it's some attempts. I mean, there's some people that try to encourage city governments and state, please take precaution. That happened actually here in Texas. In Texas, there was a major chemical explosion in West Texas. And because of this lack of precaution taken by, like, state officials, the idea was that we're going to allow people to store chemicals. We're not going to even look. We're not going to check. We don't care. As long as it brings in money into the communities, we really don't care. And so what happened in West Texas, there was a major kind of explosion, and it was some chemicals that if they're stored too long, there's a fire hazard, and there was some kind of a fire hazard, and then before it blew up, and it was a major explosion. But it reflects this lack of taking precaution, precautionary principle. If they had applied this idea of precautionary principle, and at least looked at it, the risks associated with the citizens being so close to the warehouse, uh, do some environmental impact statement. They don't do that anymore. There's sometimes there's zoning. Okay, I got to be careful. Some cities, they do have zoning, that goes to the city council, and then they vote on zoning if it's zoned properly. But there's a lot of gaps. There's a lot of things that aren't regulated. As example, that's why you got incidents like that. And I think that happened maybe 6, 7 years ago. Check it out, West Texas. It was a big thing. And I don't know if that ever happens in Princeton. Y'all have recycling plant explode, or
I don't recall any
Okay.
instance like that, but I recall like in Beirut in Lebanon,
Yeah, exactly.
they had I think it was last year or so. They had this like, big explosion, and it killed a bunch of people. And yeah, it was basically like some chemical material which they stored. It's like phosphorus or something like that. Which they were using for some, it was probably some intermediate material input. Um, but there's some chemical reaction which leads to it to explode, right?
Yeah, major
Um, but
disaster for that city, right?
yeah, but I mean, even this like stupid idea to like store these huge quantities in like such a heavy population center, right? Because I mean, even if you said okay, we do chemical factories, I mean, don't you think that you should build it in perhaps more suburban areas or maybe less densely
Yeah.
populated areas? Um, but
What
yeah,
what would you call that? Would you call that malfeasance, irresponsibility,
yeah,
ignorance?
negligence. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
negligence. Okay.
right, because
Just
so I was reading this book by Asimolo and Robinson. They wrote several books together, but the latest one was The Narrow Corridor, 2 years ago published, and they devote a chapter, I believe, to the political situation in Lebanon, and it's basically a very dysfunctional state. I mean, um, so you have these different ethnic, cultural groups, right? So you have the Christians, you have the Sunnis, the Shias. Like there's different groups, and they have to sort of apportion political offices across these sectarian lines. And the problem is that the end result is that the central government actually is weak and
hmm,
it fails in its basic functions. I mean, things like safety measures, like precautionary measures you mentioned. Um,
hmm.
the example that they used in the book was trash collection, which is really poor. So you basically have neighborhoods that get buried underneath trash essentially
Oh wow,
because basically the I guess the municipal government is so incapable of fulfilling those duties. And right, so it's a form of bad governance.
yeah.
And then what happened is, well, the explosion happened, the prime minister resigned, and the new prime minister just like, oh, I apologize for it, and then give a bunch of press conferences, and then and then they hope that the situation just disappears, right?
Hmm.
Um, and I
So
mean,
you're blaming it on governance too, right? We need to look at governance entirely. Weak governance. You said weak governance,
weak
right?
governance, absolutely, yeah, that's right, yeah.
Which is interesting. We normally associate it again with the global south, but apparently it's a global north problem too.
Well, I mean,
uh,
Lebanon is sort of like on the edge. I would say I would put them more in the global south.
so they're like in between, baby. Yeah, yeah. Okay,
Yeah, yeah. So I
but
mean, and there's big problems, of course. I mean, of course, like the countries is doing much better. I mean, even with the corruption crisis in Austria, I mean, the institutions still work. I mean, like the judges and the cops and whatever, all the institutional actors, they're still showing up at work, and stuff gets done.
hmm,
I mean, even with like a political scandal like that. I mean,
Austria, yeah.
yeah, exactly. Like, for instance, like some of the administrative things they work absolutely great. Like, for instance, if I have to get my passport renewed, it takes a week.
Oh wow,
Yeah, and it's like, and sometimes it's even like 5 6 days.
that's good.
Yeah, and so they like the administrative things, like the basics work extremely well, right? Even if
Yeah,
there's some political theater at the very top, essentially, right? And
yeah.
but
Great.
but I mean, in a country like Lebanon, I mean, I would say the basics totally fail. I mean, you probably have to bribe your way to get to services, and uh,
And probably the welfare state isn't developed at all, unless you're an elite. I would suspect. I
yeah,
noticed. You
exactly.
know what? I actually pulled some data. If you ever have a chance, International Labor Organization, they have data on social protection coverage, social transfers, and they trace the amount of GDP spent on social spending, and it's pretty interesting because you can see that there is the Scandinavian countries that they have more social spending on, like uh, part of their GDP. But like you look at a country like Nigeria, or like I've looked at some countries other than Nigeria, like Haiti, it's like 1%, 5% of GDP on social. So it's actually it's a good data set. I recommend it. It's called International Labor Organization. It's called the Social Coverage Board. It's by the way, it's all electronic. Like you can like look up a country, you can look up the world. It's really cool. You can look at like GDP stuff like that. You get at the World Bank, those kind of indicators, but they put it together on a dashboard, and they have like these graphs that kind of. So if you pick up a country like Lebanon, which I think they have data on, I would suspect they don't have good welfare systems, or they don't have enough. The military, I don't know how much the military gets, right? So
Oh
that
yeah,
might
the
be a
welfare
topic.
state would probably be
Yeah,
poor.
but but Austria has a good welfare system, right? You would
Yeah,
say.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Also, compared to Germany, it's still more.
that's definitely the case. I would say
Okay.
yes. I mean, so there's some indicators I find it interesting. I mean, it would be about pensions. So the ease of getting retirement
Yeah.
benefits. There's a much stronger sort of like state pension component, and
That's
it's
good.
in Austria. And what's very important is that the state pension is like quite universal.
Oh,
Because again, I think in Germany it's like sort of like occupation is really
yeah.
the key behind
Have
it.
to
Like,
work at least 40 years or something, 37 maybe. Yeah. So in order to get it, in order to get at least the minimum, I think, unless you get Hearts 4 is just like 250 or 300, depending on how much it goes up every year. So it's
yeah,
kind of like a retiree basic income, I guess, but it's so low, it's so
yeah, it's very low. I
hard.
mean, and so
Yeah, you
that's
can't
why I
quite
think
fit.
it's very interesting when it comes to like welfare policy diffusion, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would say that it would probably go from Germany to Austria rather than the other way around, right? Which is to say, like, the generous system becomes more stingy rather than the stingy becoming more generous, and I think
Right.
that's sort of like a,
Austria.
like the sad trend. But yeah, because there's a little bit more like emphasis on like activation in the welfare system than it was
Mm-hmm.
before. So activation is the idea of like bringing unemployed people into jobs, and so the ideology then becomes like take any job, like even if it's
Force. Yeah.
yeah, it pays very low wages and stuff, or
Is that
it's
in
not like
Austria too? Yeah, they require the unemployed to seek job referrals. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, it kind of exists. So
So they're very neoliberal too.
right,
Correct.
but the way how to deal with like if somebody really didn't want to have a job, they could avoid it, right? But
Oh,
it's just going to be like they're going to put the bureaucratic hassle around your neck, right? To make sure that you know that you don't find it a good option. So I mean, normally what would happen is like you would have to get a signature from an potential employer, so just to show that you applied for the job. But oftentimes, like the people who really didn't want to have a job, they would just go to the employer and they say, put your signature down to say that I applied, but of course I'm not going to work for you, right? And then the employers is like, yeah, whatever the fuck, okay, sign this paperwork. Um,
Wow.
and yeah, that happens, and that's the way how to get around it, and then you could continue getting payment.
All right.
And I mean, and also like also the first year of unemployment, that's like fully protected, right? It's a regular unemployment benefit,
Okay.
fully protected, meaning you don't have to do anything, you don't have to prove anything. Um, but then after that year is over, I think at that point,
That's interesting.
they shift you into the long-term unemployment insurance, which is I think 92% of the unemployment benefit level. And the unemployment benefit level is not that high. I think it's like 55% or so, 60% of the final income of wage
Okay.
income.
Wow.
Um,
Interesting.
yeah,
Hmm.
and but then with the Notstand, that's the sort of the long term unemployment benefit. I think you can draw that until your retirement, but it's gonna be with the conditionalities
Oh,
of the job search. But the good thing about it is like they don't do an asset test, which is what they would do in hot sphere, right? Hot sphere is like with means testing,
yeah.
like
Gotta
basically
go.
like
Yeah.
disclosing your assets.
Yeah. You
Um,
gotta you gotta get, dispose all your assets. Yeah, you can't have any money on the bank or very little. I think it has to be below 1,000 or something.
yeah, it's totally crazy. I mean, it's like
Yeah,
if you have
totally.
like a big portfolio, you just like you go to the
I
bank
guess
and
you got to carry around the euros in your pocket.
yeah, yeah, you cash it all out, and then it's like, and then you have like
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
like a giant luggage full of like money,
That was in, I think that was part of uh the social democrats that turned into neoliberals. That they worked together with some of the
Well, with the Green
conservatives.
Party,
And yeah, so but you know what was interesting is that the Greens also went along with it.
exactly. Yeah.
This is a Schroeder government, I think.
It was
Again, I
SPD and
have
the
to,
Greens.
yeah, yeah,
It's totally fucking absurd because like because I mean even Helmut Kohl, he was like CDU, like Conservative Party, and he wouldn't go that far. It's like yeah, because I think that's also part of being a conservative. It's like even if the status quo isn't you know maybe what you want, sort of like let's try to keep it because we know how it works, and you know
stability. Yeah.
yeah, we don't have to step on people's toes. And the SPD guy, I mean, like the Schroeder, he was like, yeah, let's do it. Let's cut
Which is
welfare.
crazy. It's portrayal of the working class.
Well, that's why the SPD went from 40% to 20%, right?
Yeah.
And then so now they went from 20% to 25, um, mainly because Olaf Scholz, you know, acted like he was Merkel's heir, right? And
Yeah.
I mean, it's very interesting. Like in the campaign, they showed a photo of like when he was
Yeah.
doing like the hand gesture like this, right? Which is a very Merkel like like hand gesture, right?
He does appear in public like this pragmatic center kind of person. He very careful like how he uses terms. He's a Hamburg, so this is the northern Germany. So I'm not stigmatizing Hamburg, but Hamburg has usually been more educated. Uh, and so he comes from that region, Hamburg, and I think he served in the Hamburg Senate before
Yeah, he was a
becoming
mayor. He
big.
was a mayor of Hamburg.
Yeah, mayor. Yeah. So he has that casual talk. I guess is a very elegant kind of talk. Like you ever seen him? I seen him debate. Very confident. Like he no script. He talks. Like because he's got it down. In TV shows, he's very non-combative. He doesn't really attack hardly. He's more like a pragmatic, I guess, social democrat. If I In the tradition of Helmut Schmidt.
Yeah,
He
Helmut
definitely
Schmidt was a
controlled.
hamburger too, by the way.
Yeah, the same style. Some people argue that he's trying to imitate Helmut Schmidt, this passive kind of, very not combative. He doesn't want to bring up old union kind of leftist talk. He wants to kind of just be a pragmatic center kind of leader. And even if they tried to get him to, fight back, or like it's difficult to get him to occasionally to respond that way. Does that make sense? Oh, like in
Uh,
German debates, they're usually very fierce. German political debates I've seen, I'm sure in Austria too, right? Austria, they can get creative, especially if you get FPÖ or Greens in there. They get really like, oh, they fight, right? Politicians. But like in Germany too, if you get used to be uh well, when it was Grand Coalition, it was less. It was the opposition parties that attacked Grand Coalition. But there used to be a time where SPD and CDU would fight. They would verbally fight, exchange. But I think now it's more centrist kind of talk. Centrist, very.
yeah, I mean,
Uh,
also like the fact that like the last like 12 out of the 16 years, you had the Grand Coalition government,
yeah,
and
Merkel era.
yeah,
Yeah.
so you have to understand like so the Austrian political culture, Grand Coalition is very normal actually. So probably for 40 plus out of the last 70 years was Grand Coalition. So I think
Huh.
countries very used to that. In Germany, the last Grand Coalition government was in before 2005. It was in 1966, I think. So it's really going that far back, and
Yeah.
so I think there's then more of that separation, you could say, between the two big parties. But then I think what happened since Merkel got to power was that these two big parties, they kept losing votes, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, at the beginning they said, we're only going to do two-party coalition, and then the only two-party coalition you could do with, two parties that are sort of like in the 30%, 30 to 40% range was a grand coalition government. I mean, otherwise you have to go with three parties, right? And so for many years, it's sort of like, oh, let's not do that. And then Jamaica was in 2017. It was the first time at the federal level where they said, hey, let's try the three-party talks. And now it's like, and now the default is to have the three-party talks.
Hmm.
Um, because the power constellation is so different. I mean,
Yeah. Totally.
you know, I think the only way how the CDU might get back to the former strength, I mean, up in the 30+% range, maybe if they had a like a scrupulous guy
Mhm.
like Kurz, um,
Oh,
from Austria.
poster boy.
Yeah, yeah. Well, because you have to think about like when
Yeah.
when Kurz before Kurz took over,
Mhm.
the OVP was at 20% in the polls, and then they had about 25% in the vote. And when he took power, they went from 25 to 31, and then from
Oh,
the
wow.
polls from 20 to 31, right?
Definitely
Um,
personality. Yeah.
yeah,
Definitely
and then
charisma.
now in the 2019 elections after the FPO scandal, he went from 31 to 37. So it got even better. I mean, so there's something that was happening that he did to the political sphere. Well, basically, what he did was he copied the FPU themes, right? So he was saying, "I'm going to hold the center ground, and I don't know, fiscal policy and things like that. But I'm going to move to the right on the immigration topic, and that's how you get sort of like the working class voters. A lot of them.
Yeah.
And it's a very sneaky coalition. I mean, 37%. I mean,
Yeah.
you almost doubled the vote capacity of the party, and I think I don't know who can do that in
That's,
Germany. Maybe Friedrich Merz, maybe Serda.
but I thought that Kurtz, he also had appeal from women. Is that true? appeal for women voters. His personality and that he does well with women voters too, Austrian women voters, not just male voters. And
Yeah, I'm not so
you,
sure about that.
okay,
I haven't looked at that demographic breakdown,
huh? Okay,
but
but
I
he,
would
there
think
was an appeal for his personhood, his charisma. He was the youngest ever, right? Youngest ever Austrian chancellor, right? He's 30s, right?
yeah,
They're no
yeah,
one younger, right?
and right, and it sounded like it sounded so
Not trying to be
fascinating, right? It's like
ageist, I'm not trying to push age, but
no,
it's
no, but
definitely,
age is an important factor, right? Because
yeah,
so the impression that he was trying to sell, so the PR he was giving off is that I'm a new leader. I'm not as corrupt as the old generation. There's going to be fresh wind in politics. That's why the young age was important.
yeah.
But then if you read the chat protocols, where he was basically shitting on his predecessor, Mitterlehner. He was
Hmm.
undermining the previous government on the Can. Can was the former chancellor, SPO, and yeah, right, and then he was faking the polls. I mean,
Yeah, that's a big
abundantly fake polls.
manufacturing consent, huh?
Yeah, absolutely manufacturing consent. So I mean, this guy, and so in Austria we have this term Bubel Party, right? Bubel is like boys, so like young boys, and
Booble,
party
yeah. Okay, Booble.
Bubel, yeah, yeah.
I
It's,
know
it's,
it.
it's like,
Okay.
like also South German. I think they use the same term.
Yeah.
Bubel Party. Yeah, it's like a party of the boys. But I guess the idea is like, well, you see in English you have like the old boy network, right? Old boy club, right? That this sort of term. But I mean, imagine like old boy network, and then you replace old with young. Young boy network, right?
Like a fraternity or something.
Yeah, it's like a fraternity. I mean, that's basically what happened. I mean, because all of the people work together with him, like the co-conspirators. Norbert Blumel and Thomas Schmid, and all these people that appear in the chat protocols. They were all his colleagues at the youth wing of the OVP, the
Oh,
JVP, the Junge Volkspartei.
yeah.
Um, and so he started his political career in the youth wing of the People's Party, right? And all of his friends, I mean, mostly guy friends, and there's also some female ones who became ministers in his government. Um, yeah, but most of them were like young guys,
Yeah.
and yeah, if you read the chat protocols, it's like yeah, it's like the Machtversessenheit, right? It's like an obsession with power, essentially. It's
Yeah.
the driving ideology is, you know, how do I get to power as quick as possible? How do I get rid of my opponents? And now it's like, how do I stick to power? And
That sounds like Machiavellian. Yeah.
very much. I mean, that's his main motivation. I mean,
Yeah.
it's absolutely insane because I
Kurz.
mean, because he doesn't have a vision, right?
Yeah.
Um, which I mean, it's not surprising because like a lot of conservative leaders don't have a vision, right? Because that's why like conservative comes from conservare, right? It's like a Latin word, right? Which means to keep things the same, essentially, right?
Serve. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, so
Oh,
it's not surprising. As CDU Merkel is the same thing, right?
yeah.
She was
In
like
the
a manager.
maybe this is a little off topic, but I'm staying in the same realm. Um, do you think that when you think about Kurz, and I know Austria doesn't have a monarchy. I know that's gone, but is there a kind of romanticizing this idea of princehood and status, aristocracy? Is it coming back in Austria? Like like even I don't want to blame it on Vienna, but like that some of the politicians, they are well connected and they have some connection to old Austria. I don't know if I can put it, but is this a kind of aristocratic revitalization of like Austrian politics, at least in the conservative camp? Or you think that's not? Do you think Austria? I hope I made that clear. Like, you think Austria is really democratic, and or they've run a appeal to the voters, and but or do they? I don't know. Maybe I don't know if it makes sense.
Okay, so on the point, is it possible to go back to the monarchy? The answer is no. But
But
as to,
yeah, okay, that's fine.
is there some desire to have strong leadership? Yeah, I think so. I mean, so
Okay,
one of the terms that characterize Austria, it's called Obrigkeitsstaat, and
what is it called?
I think it's a very interesting term because
Obrigkeitsstaat. Okay.
Obrigkeitsstaat, because Germany doesn't. I don't think they have that specific concept. I think it's Austrians.
Well, the reason why I bring it
That
up now, maybe it's just my observation that in Vienna you do have high elite classes. You do have a circle of people that are very affluent in Austria.
Oh yeah, of course.
Some of those are industrialists, but some of them are just owners of the old Austria. Okay, so that's legacies of families where that's passed down. So Kurz, I'm curious. I'm not trying to go after his family name, but I'm curious his origin. If he belonged to a affluent household,
No,
uh,
he's like lower middle class. I mean, like,
and it might be interesting. Von
yeah.
der Leyen, the German. She
Oh, she's
was,
royal household.
yeah, that's exactly the royal name, Von.
Albrecht is
So I'm curious about Kurz. I'm not highly speculative, but I'm curious to what extent some of the politicians, some of them, not all of them, have these old roots of older Austria, and don't, with exception to some of them that were immigrants. Like I think the president in Austria, he was an immigrant, right?
yeah, he's from Estonia, I think.
Yeah, so
And
that's
he's actually
interesting.
Dutch. He's ethnic Dutch.
That's interesting, the history and that yeah, who becomes politician in Austria? Like
Well,
it's
so Kurt's background is like middle class, so
oh, it is middle class. Okay,
his mother, I think, is like a primary school teacher, I think, and then his
okay.
father
So there's no,
is
he's not like
he
from a
worked
wealthy
for
family.
Philips, which is like a
So I was
corporation.
wrong. Hmm. I
Um,
was
and actually his father was laid off in his 50s, so when he was pretty
wrong.
young
Oh,
still.
so
Um,
maybe it's not the case in Austria.
yeah,
Maybe.
so his political rise came from the youth wing of the party, essentially. I mean,
Oh,
as soon as you're scooped up over there, and basically by activism and charisma, he became the leader of the youth wing, and then he leveraged that position to get a seat in the Landtag in Vienna, in the city parliament, city council, and then from there he was discovered by the former deputy prime minister. His name is Spindelegger,
mhm.
and Spindelegger made him the state secretary for integration, which is the state secretary is it's confusing. So in American parlance, like a secretary is basically the minister, right? And but the state secretary in Austria is sort of like a deputy minister,
Okay. Oh,
It's like the deputy secretary, whatever. So it's definitely a high paid position, right? The high level,
hmm.
and yeah, and then from there it was just like, okay, he was in government for a couple of years, and then he became foreign minister, and then he became the chancellor after that. Um,
Wow.
so he really, very ambitious, worked his way to the top. But then, of course, the means that he used to get to the top were not very clean. So there was a book recently was published by Peter Pilz. He was a former politician. He retired, I think, 2 years ago. He lost the election, and he wrote this book about the court's regime. So he called it a regime, which means it's
Mm.
kind of like autocratic, almost dictatorship. I mean, it's not really a dictatorship because you still have democratic elections. But the way how he described it is basically it's almost like Hungary, where you have a relationship between the leader, which in this courts, and the political party, of course, the OVP, and the private investors.
Oh.
So the most important one of which is Rene Benko. He's a big like real estate investor. He's one of the biggest real estate owners in Austria, and yeah, and he was funding the political game. And then there's another Heidi Horton. Horton is apparently another. I forgot what the industry, maybe like hotel industry or something.
Well, he's definitely well connected. So
Right. Yeah. So it's like the wealthy people, and they basically
yeah,
they made these big donations to the OVP,
yeah.
and so his party ended up spending twice as much money as was legally allocated
Oh.
or legally allowed by by the state law. Um, and basically, yeah, I mean, like in America, you have like the super PAC, right?
Yeah.
It's sort of like it's like political campaign money, but it's outside the normal accounting of a PAC, right? And that's kind of what Kurtz took advantage of, and so he could spend more money than the other parties. Um, and then of
Hmm.
course, what do the investors get in return? Well, they get state contracts, right? So let's say I don't know if let's say if the government says, "Oh, we have to build a new prison, or we have to build a new school, or something like that," right? It's like, well, guess who's going to get the contract? Well, I mean, the guy who donated to the OVP, right?
So yeah.
And that was a cozy regime that he was building up,
Hmm.
and the difference between Austria and Hungary, which I mean, as you recall, there used to be one country, um, is that the rule of law in Austria still works. I mean, like the reason why they found out about the corruption is because the courts, you know, ordered like the rating of the offices, right?
Oh wow.
So they got like the cell phones, and then through the cell phones you get to the chat protocol, right? And
That's good. Still a good, strong system of law. Yeah. In
yeah, and
Austria.
also with the media system, um, so we have like two kind of um, popular, you could say, media, like Österreich and
ORF.
Krone. No, no, ORF is interesting because it's like a state-sponsored TV station.
Yeah.
But it's hard for the political parties to directly influence the reporting. So ORF is still, I think they still have editorial guidelines that make them free from political
That's
influence.
why I read a lot of the Austrian news.
Yeah,
Probably
I mean
should.
they're still reliable. I think.
Yeah.
Also there's like Falter. Falter is very good for investigative journalism. The Standard, um,
Yeah.
and there's Profil, and I think those are the ones that I think there's still fairly. I don't know whether you can have fully independent papers, but at least they're definitely independent from courts. That's the key thing.
Hmm.
um, and then Österreich and Krone, they're definitely pro courts, right?
Yeah.
Because of the advertising. So because the state allocates an advertising budget, and they give most of the money to the newspapers that report favorably to the government.
Oh wow.
And I mean, but that's what's happening in Hungary too. I mean, in a much more extreme scale, actually.
Yeah.
So if you're like an opposition newspaper, or if you're like a, I mean, or even like, no, I mean, like if you want to do critical, like real journalism, right? You want to criticize the corruption of the government, right? Um, there was this online paper in Hungary, which was doing quite well because they actually got, because they didn't need the government money. They basically got donations from the public, right? And one day, so basically Orban, the prime minister, he has like his oligarch friends, one of which is a media owner, and he basically used the state apparatus to force that online newspaper, to sell the ownership stake
Hmm.
to to Orban's oligarch friend. And then the first thing that happened when the new oligarch took over a newspaper was to fire the editor in chief,
Oh wow.
and replace him with with an Orban loyalist.
That's not censorship. I don't know what is, right?
Yeah, and then all the other editors and the staff writers, they quit the job after that. And I mean, yeah, like you see what happened like in Hong Kong, for instance, like in, yeah, it's like there was this one newspaper. It was like Apple Daily, I think,
Critical.
and and then there was some law that was passed, like the anti-sedition law, right? Which is passed by by China essentially, and then they shut down the paper.
Oh wow.
It was
Hmm.
like, oh yeah, you're contributing to the sedition of Hong Kong or whatever. And
Brave new world.
yeah, this is a situation that we're facing. I mean, U.S. journalism. I mean, we're not facing that kind of oppression directly, but it's basically about the money part, because like newspapers don't play such a big role, with the exception of New York Times, L.A. Times, maybe Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, and most of the other papers are struggling, right?
Yeah.
So the big media that's successful, it's either independent media, like through the podcasts and things like that, um, or it's like Fox News and MSNBC. And of course, those two channels are doing very well because, well, I mean, they're not doing actually well. Actually, since Trump left, they're not doing as well. I mean, because he was always a source of headline, and
Yeah.
but yeah, but they're doing relatively well because of the polarization of the message, right? It's basically the whole point is basically to make their people, to make their viewers angry, right? And
Yeah.
that's very bad for the country, I would say.
Definitely. Yeah.
I
Gotta
think
have the free and independent journalism. If you don't, then you move towards you know censorship. You're definitely right. You gotta have that.
yeah, but even aside from, okay, the censorship of it's obvious it's bad, but I guess the
Yeah.
question would be, what is the sustainable media financing model, right? Specifically about like how can we make sure that journalists, get paid decently, and yeah, so they can do the job, without basically whoring themselves out to the people in power, which is either like it's either a private corporation, an oligarch, or the state,
Yeah, it's always been tough. I like. Don't they have in Austria, like you said, public channel? Same thing in Germany. Public channel, public radio, sort of like PBS, but it's sort of balanced. And uh, actually, I always thought it was a model. I mean, people complain about Germany because they have to pay Rundfunkgebühren. I don't know if they have that in Austria too.
yeah,
Like
they
they're
have that,
forced to
yeah.
pay
Media
to
fee.
finance the public channels. And in Germany, there's ARD, first channel, and ZDF is the second, and that pays for the public television and the programs. But I guess it's not compromise because they balance it. So they have a board and it's made up of the major political parties. So of course in the U.S., PBS has been radically defunded. So PBS is somewhat of a version of public television, but it's marginalized.
Well, PBS is much worse, right? Because
Yeah, it's much smaller. And I noticed the programming is less quality. If I look at like Germany's public television and probably the same in Austria, ORF, I mean, that's pretty decent value. I think you get public value out of it. You get educational resources, you get good programs. Of course, but I guess they also, it's made out of tax money, right? Well, they've run it out of tax money. So I
yeah,
don't know
yeah,
if that helps journalists. They could, some journalists then can make a living if they, you know, join the state television. But
yeah.
that's
State
the limit.
television, I think,
Yeah,
can be a good thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I
yeah,
think that's probably the way out. I mean,
yeah. Public.
and then I would also say that there should be state journalism fund for like print media.
Yeah.
So
Don't
like
they do that with
newspaper.
movies sometimes? Movies, they have a film fund. Like the
Yeah, they have
Ministry
that
of
too. Yeah,
Arts, they'll give money to filmmakers,
yeah, they
independent
have that too.
filmmakers.
Yeah.
They'll put it all over the front of the movie. I've seen that sometimes. Austria too. Like they'll give funding to independent filmmakers.
Yeah, yeah. I think they have the
Yeah.
program too. I mean, yeah,
I rarely see that in the US. I mean, there's independent film industry, but it's,
but they do private fundraising, right?
yeah, it's not hardly ever. So that's interesting from that standpoint.
Right. I mean, because yeah, there's so much skepticism about government whatever over here, and um, it's a much more state-based system in the European countries, and
Yeah.
I, 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 I think overall, I think the savior of journalism is going to be the state. I mean, it has to be. I mean,
Mhm.
but then the next thing you have to figure out is how can you create a barrier between the politicians
Yeah.
and the journalists. I think that's the
Challenge.
main ethical challenge you have to overcome. And so the way all the Austrians and the Germans do it is that they keep the media fee separate from, you could say, the political institutions, because it's not the parliament, it's not the government that passes or administers the media fee. No, they administer it, but they don't influence it, right?
Yeah.
So they administer it. They give the money to the there's like a curatorium, right, which is like it's like basically like a panel of journalists and like usually bosses in the journalism industry, and and then they basically fund the TV programs,
Yeah.
and and then so the key is like preventing that politician from like calling up the director of the TV program and saying,
Fired this guy.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's the key. I mean that the barrier does not get broken. And you remember there was this uh, dispute between a famous ORF moderator. His name is Amin Wolf. He still works there, and he won a journalism prize actually in Germany, um, for fearless reporting and holding government leaders to account. And he and in one of the interviews with Heinz Christian Strache, who was the former vice chancellor from the FPÖ, he was asking again tough questions, and the FPÖ was then putting up like sort of like a poster with Armin Wolf's face, and basically saying like this guy's the biggest liar in the world, whatever. um, and then
Wow.
Wolf was basically suing the FPO after that, and then they had to withdraw that smear attack.
Yeah, I
Um,
would suspect the FPÖ does that frequently. Don't they have tactics like that? They just character assassination or attacking the person, the journalist. Yeah,
yeah, that's what they're
attacking.
doing exactly,
Yeah,
and yeah,
yeah,
and so that to me was like an indication of, okay, this is not, we're not heading in a good direction.
yeah.
Uh, but then it turns out that Strache was relatively speaking the good guy,
Oh,
to Kurtz,
mm,
because with Kurtz, I mean, he would never do like frontal assaults like that to against the journalists. He would be like, if he did bad things, it would always be in the background, like with his like, whatever chat messages, and stuff.
oh,
Um,
uh, all right.
but okay, so I think we will conclude
Yeah,
the
we
podcast
exhausted
here.
our time. How long do we
Um,
spend? I'm going to stop.
it's
Yeah.
a little bit more than 4 hours, but yeah, thank
Whoa.
you very much, Mike, for joining
No
me.
problem. No problem. It was good.